And hello everyone for more Kerbal Space Program. Now, last time we finally managed to get our science return capsule working. So let's start off there. And I believe we also started building up the a bigger launch pad so we can attach some boosters to our rockets and get further and faster. We've been talking a lot about both the crewed missions and lunar probes. Today there's a good chance we'll actually manage both of these things, depending again. I'm sure things will go wrong again, but that's the plan if nothing else. Like, we've validated the design of the science return probe, so at least getting more science and thus unlocking a crew capsule and doing some crewed launches should definitely be in the cards. Like, I'm confident enough to say that. The lunar science, we will see how far we get, but if things go well, we shall try some lunar science. Now, yes, a new launch pad is being built. Also remember that we wanted to see if we can build a launch pad like in Baikonur or somewhere. I guess that's for maybe some other time in the future. The IP is also being upgraded, very nice. And here are science being done. Right, so Jesus, that's a long build time. Can we maybe tool something here and accelerate the building? 430 days seems like a very long time. Hey. Yes, the beginning of Floating Scream Simulator. Okay. What do you say about tooling? Okay, so avionics, I guess. Oh yeah, we probably fixed those avionics here, which were slightly off. That's why it's also so cheap. And wait, 3 avionics. All 3 of them? Really? I mean, it's not a lot of money, and it'll probably save. Yep, it literally will almost half the build time. So let's save those edits. Now, if this one works as intended, I'm not sure we need another one, so we won't build more of these for the time being either. And yeah, let's just build this, get the science, and this time we'll remember to actually put the science in the return capsule, not like last time. Yeah, we were very tired and burned out there. Also, where's... There it is, we have Kerbal alarm clock now. Also, where's that? Here. Transfer window planner. We won't need that too soon. Only like when we start doing interplanetary missions. But yeah, something that'll help us plan maneuvers to other planets. Because yeah, interplanetary trajectories start getting pretty damn complicated. Did a tech just finish or something, or why did time warp stop now? Also saw like a message log somewhere. Not there. Not sure. Hang on, no. Or we had, when you edit it, it gets pushed to the bottom of the list. Damn. Oh well, more time warping. Oh, we get thrown out because electric charge runs out. Okay, yeah. that means it's time to mop up some of the old satellites. The more vessels that are active, the worse the game will run anyway, so it likely won't make a noticeable difference in our performance at this point, but generally, like, technically a lot of these early ones are still in orbit, but like they long ran out of power and or solar panels. Okay, I guess we'll leave the oldest one, we'll leave in orbit for now. But yeah, between solar panels degrading, the science they're doing just being done anyway, there's not a whole lot of reason for us to keep them in orbit. Also, realistically speaking, a lot of these are in a pretty low orbit that probably would have decayed over the years they have now been in orbit, so they would have crashed and burned up anyway. So yeah, let's just get rid of all of these. And there we go. So yeah, we'll get the science. We'll research. I mean, it should be enough to research a crew capsule, hopefully. So we can fly a crewed mission, and also with the larger launch pad, we can upgrade our rocket, which should give us lunar capability. We already have lunar communications researched. So yeah. The communications, more capable booster, and I see, yep, this is the bigger launch pad, and the VIB is also about done. Perfect. I don't even know what the European Unleashed is exactly. Oh, what's with the time there? Something happened. 336,000 days? It's like almost 1,000 years build time left. Okay. Yep. That's... Ah, yes. And here we have our second launch pad. Which... Ooh, wow. Okay, so the very first point just gives a lot more, and then following give twice what the other one gives. So yeah. But we have 2 build rates now with the upgraded VAB. And a bigger launch pad for 150 tons. So we're in the business. Also, let's check before we launch if we have any contracts for science return from actual orbit. We did complete one contract the last time, but that was like orbital velocity, like 6.5 kilometers a second, and not without any science. So let's see here. Recover craft from orbit, which is what we'll do. Uncrewed, Earth, periapsis above 200, 2 minutes stable orbit. So this is exactly what I've been hoping for and what we'll be doing. Yeah, and maybe with the other rocket we're currently building, we can do one of these contracts. We'll see. For now, let's warp to daytime. Oh, it is daytime, it's just very cloudy. Okay. Then let's launch. Now we have no specific orbit requirements, so we'll probably launch equatorial. Don't really see a reason not to. And it'll help us in case there are any issues. If we get an early shutdown again like last time, and we used part of what we intended to be the deorbit stage to finish getting into orbit, if I remember correctly. So 350, 350. Oh, we did that for the For the rocket to not burn up, that's right. I mean, the rocket is built to handle this orbit, so we can just do that. No need to fiddle with it. Launch into current. Let's leave these. Auto stage, stop at stage 3. Sounds good. That's our second stage. Coast. Coast is off. Okay. Engage. Oop. And let's go. Off we go. That's a slow liftoff. What's our TWR? Should be 1.3. Maybe it's an issue of time passing slowly. Feels very slow. But, yeah, 10 seconds. Yeah, no, that's fine. Everything is fine. Not hyperphysics, but it can give you 2x at least. There's the pitch over. I watched earlier today's SpaceX launch, the Transporter 3 mission. Now we're flying something ourselves. Very nice. Through the clouds. What's our reliability on this engine? It hasn't really failed us yet, so I'm probably jinxing it by looking it up. Oh, we don't have that much data yet. But it makes sense since we don't have a lot of total runtime on it with how completely overkill it was in terms of thrust for most of the flights that we've been having. Runtime. I guess it doesn't give us the failure chance at a full burn. Yeah. Okay, trajectory looks good. Should be safe from burning up. Let's see what our ignition chance will be. Now that we've also gathered a lot more data. %96.75%. That's pretty good. Oh, the fairings were in there. That's a bit early, but I guess we're fine. Okay. Now we will have to remember manually disengaging during the ascent, because we're not actually going in a 350 by 350 orbit. We want to go in a 350 by 150 orbit. Because yeah, we want to be low, so also the delta V we need to deorbit as slow as possible, which really is the main limit here. Our upper stage, unless it malfunctions, should be easily capable to get us into the orbit and even have a little bit left. Although not too much, it's only like 100 meters a second extra, just because of how more massive the stage is compared to other payloads we've flown. Like, yeah, there's a lot going on here between the beefy, the orbit stage, the science experiments. Speaking of which, oh no, we I can't believe it. Oh dear. So we should have launched into a polar orbit, because we want to do science, which means we want to fly over as many biomes as possible, which means, okay, well, I guess we have to fly one more of these. But yeah, so if you're in a polar orbit, Also, with the Earth rotating below you, you will visit every biome over time. So that's why really, specifically, yeah, if you want to observe the Earth or anything, that's really what you want. Man, I'll just go and add that to our checklist. There you are. Inclination of orbit. Okay, also don't miss what we've just been talking about with manually. So disengage autopilot and we will manually cut the throttle at 150. 157, I'll take that. 200 meters a second left over. It's fine. Now, I started the film camera. I mean, we should still get some science out of here, especially the biosample capsule, which I believe is biome agnostic, so it's just time and space. If we can get like close to 2 days in space, we will get like 42 science, which might even in itself be enough to unlock the capsule already. Okay. So now that we're in orbit, we need to decouple the second stage. So before we do that, actually no, we have thrusters. We can orient ourselves later too. Okay, so any reason not to stage SEP now? There's the fuel we can't use. Okay, there's a little bit of RCS on there, so we could make use of that. Okay, so let's orient ourselves more properly, which is this way. Are you using up? No, only the 3 sightings. Ah, yeah, it's 3. Okay. Let's get some more sunlight here. And there, 95, 96% exposure. I mean, let's call it good enough. Let's arrest our rotation. Actually, we could use probably smartass. Just like attitude stability system, something like that. Kill rotation. Alright. Thank you. And boop. And let's give ourselves a little spin here. Just a bit. Okay. We're running science. Time to time warp. Okay, I do wanna... Oh, okay. We wanted to get more batteries on board, I think, which we forgot to do. That's a bit of a shame. Also... Okay, no, we're not transmitting anyway. What's drawing all our power? Okay, so this might be a way shorter flight than we intended after all. And we forgot to uninstall the Chatterer. Rip. Okay. Let's fast forward some hours. We'll be getting some science out of it at least. Couple biomes there. Okay, so we can get like almost half a day in space. That's not bad. Could be worse. Also, I am very lucky because I went with the periapsis that Kerbal Engineer told me, and not with what Principia displays, which is what really counts. Okay, so we're getting close to running out of electric charge here. So for starters, we will stop spinning. Then we will orient ourselves more towards the sun. Just to make sure our solar panels are giving us a lot of power in the rest of this flight. So we're close to apoapsis. But we need to do our deorbit maneuver at periapsis. Also, we have 30 watts consumption, 500 kilojoules, 30 by 500. So we still have like 15,000 seconds left. Assuming full sunlight. Which would be several hours, but yeah, only while in sunlight. So let's... Nope. Oh, hi, Saturn. It's cool that one of the mods displays what planet that is. It's really cool. Okay. So we will... Okay. Stop your auto-maneuvering. That's fine. We'll be in shadow. And... No. Damn it, wrong key. Deep breaths. I just want to warp to periapsis. We can do this. And yeah, we'll actually get the full science. That's really cool. Not as many biomes as we were hoping for, because again, not a polar orbit. But hey, several biomes worth. That should still be a nice amount of science. So let's... Oh, we don't have ground station here. Maybe we'll get in range of Carnarvon. Please? Yes. Excellent. Okay. So now we do a retrograde burn. And yeah, really just deorbit. No reason at this point with having all this science collected. We don't need any more risks than necessary. So rotate around retrograde. Little time warp. And there we go. Light up the engines. Okay, we're gonna need a lot of time warp here. Oh, nope, not... How do you even enter time warp with engines running? That's weird. I guess acceleration was so low, the engine, the game said like, oh yeah, it's like basically no acceleration. What's our TWR anyway? Oh yeah, 0.09. So like about a tenth, or like 10 centimeters per second. I'm just gonna hold the attitude manual here because it keeps like rotating around and wasting a lot of fuel. Oh god, I don't remember what the orbit altitude was in the successful test. Also, we just lost communications. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, hopefully we'll get to this ground. Jeez. Should have planned this better. Although, I think we should still be able to stage. Like, you retain some control. Okay, yeah, we can do that. So let's just decouple and arm the parachute, and RCS there is enabled. Okay. I forgot it again. I forgot the experiments. Jesus. How... You know, no, that's the wrong one. I will try... Let me check. This was... Like, at this point, it's like we're getting punished from like dissociating and stuff. 6, 12, 15. I'm gonna load this save that was from a few minutes ago, and we don't need to spend like another 40 minutes or whatever to wait for this to build, launch it again, and everything. Like, it's obviously something that's in our capabilities to do. There we are. Tracking station. And yeah, it doesn't really feel like... Oh no, did you save after decoupling? Oh no, this is the second stage. We should be fine. But yeah, it doesn't really feel like cheating if it's just like avoiding getting punished by like dissociating and having memory issues and things like that. Okay. Interesting. Mid-burn save there? No. Transfer data here. I don't think it... we need... Really? We need ground station for that? Okay, so let's cut the thrust. And let's wait until we maybe get in range of a ground station. That's a bit silly. Like, we'll also need to look into this, because basically, like, I understand, like, limits for communications for, like, transmitting data, like transmitting science back, like, that's okay if that's limited, but if it, like, limits me in being able to control something, like, we're not really, like, having a realistic method of operating a spacecraft here anyway. We're basically, I think someone else said that, but I really like that expression, where we are role-playing the probe core on the spacecraft. Like, in real life, you would just pre-program everything, and there's also mods like Kerbal operating system that allow you to do that, but it's so much work to do, so we're just basically just, yeah, role-playing the probe core. And for that, we should still be able to do everything locally that the probe can do. And so being limited like this, I'm not a fan of that. Okay, here we are, we have connection. So we can transfer data here. Why is it not? Do we need to stop the experiments so we can transfer them? I don't know what's happening. You could transfer something here, but that was the... Wait, is it cross-feed? Do you need cross-feed ability to gather the science? What? Okay, first, I don't get this. Why is... First control from here. I don't know what's going on here. Stopped. Data, 1 slot. Maybe reload? I don't know. Oop. Like, we specifically tried this in the past. Disable crossfeed, disable. I don't know. I'll try. So I just made a quick save earlier. I'm gonna try quick loading. Sometimes saving and loading fixes bugs. Again, like, I don't know if this is a bug or some other issue that I don't understand. But like, we have probe control now. Oh no, it might be a thing of we need to return the whole capsule. But no, that can't just be it, because we did manage to pull one of the data things into the avionics there, but it refuses to go into this. Why? It's so frustrating when you don't know why something doesn't work. Biosample planet. I'm also so confused because here it says data, 1 slot. But there's 4 pieces of science here? I am so confused. File manager. Transfer data here. Maybe it doesn't have the storage to hold the data. I don't know. There was some things about like storage capacity, but then again, like, we specifically made a test. Okay, I guess if we made a test, we just ran it for like a couple seconds, and then it wasn't a lot of bytes. But it doesn't even... I think it says something on the bottom there, but it gets cut off, so I can't read it. Samples. No, it tells me nothing. Sample mass. I don't know. I literally have no idea what's going wrong. I guess just don't use sample return capsules. Yeah, here, 0 slots. Oh wait, we did it on the wrong thing. We tried the command module. Never mind. It looks so much like one part, but it's 2 parts. The command module thing on top, and then the bottom is the container thing. Okay, so do you work? Hey, okay. Well, that was alright. Okay. Well, now that we figured that out, let's have a re-entry with our data, finally. Can you tell we're new to using a lot of these mods? Like, specifically then Kerbalism and how all the science works. This return capsule. This is how a lot of things go when you first start learning to play with these mods. Like, just figuring out engines, fuels, ignitions, all that stuff. That's a lot of moments where you'll try something and it just fails miserably, and often you don't have no idea why. We have a pretty shallow entry trajectory here. So many explosions in the background. But like with this extra heat shield, this one should also be able to handle a much shallower entry. Oh boy. Please survive. We're also getting close to running out of electric charge. But we did arm the parachute so it'll deploy automatically. Getting close to 5 Gs deceleration. We're getting a bit hot here, but it's still fine. Almost scrubbed half of our velocity. 4 kilometers a second now. Now we're getting close to peak heating, it looks like. But we should be able to get through this. Yeah, that looks good. 2.5 kilometers a second. Nice. We survived! Now let's just gently splash down in the ocean and get the science back. Where are we even? Okay, so we're way west of the US here. And it's almost close. Have we just delayed the orbit burn a bit? We could have landed pretty close to the US. 10 kilometers. I think parachute deploys around 5 or something. Yep. Pre-deploy. And full deploy. Maybe at around 700 or something. A bit earlier. There we have it. Do I dare to use hyperphysics warp? I think we will sit this one out with just basic time warp. Oh, let's not take any more chances with how much of a headache this was to pull off. Jeez. Headache and quick loads. Man, if it was like limited capacity of this return probe, I would have been so angry. But luckily it was just clicking on the wrong part. Wait. Ah yes, we ran out of electric charge, which killed the time warp. $50 meters and 10. Splashdown. Woohoo! Ah, recovered. There, we can do this. Now, if we want, we can still launch one in a polar orbit. I think probably with it had like 5 data slots, so we couldn't even have carried all the science from all the biomes anyway. So in a way, this was a pretty efficient way of doing it, because now we also like got all the really common biomes like around the equator out of the way. So then we can get all the tundra and what other biomes are there, and some other of the rarer biomes. They're 52.7. Amazing. Amazing. Let's go do some science, friends. Yeah, literally basic science, basic capsules now. Boom. Wowzers. Now, what else do we want? We could buy better rocket engines. We could unlock more science experiments. I mean, always want ooh, this one is biome specific in both space low and space high. That sounds like a lot of science to me. Radar altimeter, an early one. Doesn't look like a science experiment, but would provide ScanSat data. Space low, space high. Ah, yes, orbital perturbation. It's always a fun one. Okay, but how much science are you? 21 plus 19, so 40. So we're a bit short on fully reaching that. But with a bit of extra science from a lunar probe or something, we could get there. Now, what comms do we have currently? So we have level 2 tracking stations. I am not sure what this exactly is. Part name relay antenna. Primitive solar panels. So basically, yeah, I mean, power is always a big issue, and if we're gonna wanna go to the moon, then communications also will be. So we will research the communications. And that's a massive mass saving for science cores. Also, hang on. Can you hibernate science cores? I think we're gonna need... I think you oh no, maybe that's just the deep space probes. Let's read up on it. And we're probably gonna wanna head into the VAB anyway. Wait, hang on. Did we not fulfill the contract? If so... Oh no, the contract was for 200 kilometers periapsis, I just realized. Okay then. I mean, we wanted to build another science return mission around the poles anyway, so we'll just do that now. It's all planned. I wish. Oof. I mean, we have time at least. Pretty sure it was like 470-day deadline again, so if we build one now, that's easy. We don't even necessarily need to upgrade either like solar panels or electric charge. Since we can already spend like almost a day in space, which for the imaging experiment should be way more than enough. And in fact, because our advanced biosample, can you get not more info there? Because our advanced biosample is now fully done, I believe. Space log completed, 100%. That means we can eat it and save ourselves 50 kilograms. The solar panels are attached there. And attitude jets, okay. But hey, saving 50 kilograms. The things you do. You put there. And our controls every time. Come on. There we go. I mean, why? Oh, okay. I was just wondering why they weren't like below. But that's because the fairings are not large enough. Okay. Oh no. Poking out a little bit there. But yeah, also reducing the mass like this helps us not worry about the fact that we're gonna launch into a 200-kilometer periapsis orbit for the contract, since we kind of planned for 150, although either way it should be fine, but it never hurts having extra capability. So you are now this. The fairings this time get their own action group. You RCS blocks go here. 3 engines, decoupler that should be fine, and you can go in 1 actually. Okay. Also, I don't know if it'll work as intended, but oh god, I wanna see this part, and we will. Damn it! I wanted to send the action of like gathering data on an action group, so that basically also with staging, for example, every time we stage, but we can't automate that. Never mind then. Then we just save this, build this, 182 days, easy. This one doesn't even show us the deadline. We should also have installed a new mod for viewing contracts, but I can't see it. So what are you? For Capcom, there it is. Active. Yeah, 472 days. So with 180 build time, we have 2 additional launch opportunities. Should we have any engine failures or anything like that. So let's build one of these. Then let's read up on what the Derpy has as payload exactly, to see which contracts we'll be able to fly with this one. None? Really? Maybe it was like someone just to get a contract for a specific orbit, like the polar orbit one, or maybe even solar powered satellite, and that's why it doesn't have any like nav payload or something like that. Okay, but like we do have 2 build queues, which means KCT, which means, oh yes, and we got extra points. I think our research speed is fine. A big issue at this point is building stuff. So let's get our second build rate up to speed. So we'll periapsis 600. So this is something we could do. So let's get some weather set payload on a derpy rocket. We call it derpy. Okay. What's the upgraded derpy gonna be with side boosters attached? Assuming we'll do an R7 style launcher like that. We don't have to. Okay, so this one does have weather set and nav set payload. Then why? Oh, I think we were actually upset in the past about deleting these extra payloads from the satellite. So what this means is we can overwrite it back again. Haha. Yeah. Okay, so what was the other one? 44 weather set payload and 60 nav set. And we have 100 of each. So we can do just both or all of them. And it's like, I think 4 and 6 launches. We can just build a whole bunch of these for the time being. Now, okay, let's close some of these windows. We have a bigger launch pad, 150 tons. So we can now go wild with tank sizes, get close to our rated burn time, all the good stuff. In particular also for our upper stage. I think we can latch it to something like this. Okay, that gets us to almost 9 minutes of burn time. That might actually be a bit too much. Yeah, we're at 720. So 840. $716. Perfect. 4 seconds under max burn time. So that's gonna be our upper stage. And then we will have, also before I forget, this is Derpy 2.0. I mean, kind of deserves its own name because it will be so much more capable. The Derpus. Definitely not because of similarities to the Soyuz or anything like that. Also, honestly, we can, for the first stage, we might actually have to increase the diameter. And like, if we put 2 of these with full length on there, that's going to be pretty silly. Also, before I forget, let us fix the avionics up here, because you are now like 10-ton class. 10 ton means we have like 1.36 tons of payload before we would run over the avionics limit. Maybe we'll just 10.5, just so we're a bit on the safe side. It won't make a huge difference. we are also still one ignition with our engine. Okay, so we might want to look into a different engine for our upper stage, just because our upper stage only has a single ignition. Oh, but I think we looked around the last time a bit, and there are just not really multi-ignition engines around very much. Like those tiny thrusters can do it, but otherwise I think we're pretty limited at this point. Well, that's fine. So that's an RD108. We should have that here. And then we can add an RD107, or rather 4 around here. No, I think these were all pretty pointless upgrades for us. Yeah. So we want... Oh yeah. What's the reliability? 98.2% at full burn. What's our current? 94.1% at full burn. It's a small miracle we haven't had any engine failures of the RD108 yet. Or maybe we had and I just forgot or can't remember. It's always a possibility. Now, we have like 7 or 8 minutes burn times or something. Like a lot. Now 540. So this and a little stretchy. Oh, actually this way we will shoot past the mass limit again of the 150 ton pad. I did not quite expect that. I guess a full R7 is pretty massive. Yeah, like this stage alone is 100 something. It's also the highest. Alright, hang on. We have a conventional structure tank here. We can switch to integral structure. If we did that, 3 meters, 15.8 length. 3. I wish he could just type something in. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 15.8. Let's... Yeah, I didn't need the symmetry really, but... Oh no, which of these configs is it? Oh, you don't give the percentages. So there's 2 slightly different fuel mixtures. They're different for the first and second stage, even though both use kerosene and liquid oxygen. Oh, but you still have HTP as well. Gotcha. So this one would be wet 112.8. And... oh wait. Tank... okay, no, that's the correct one. 95%. So it has a couple percent higher utilization, so just fitting more actual propellant in the same volume. So we can actually make it a bit smaller. So let's watch on the total volume, which is 103 kiloliters. 5, 4, 3. So we can get HTP dry mass 3.37 versus 5.7. So it's like 2.5 tons lighter for the same fuel. No, for the cost though. Let's also check like the fully fueled. Hang on, where can I check the cost of this? No. Ah yes, no, it's directly here. So the conventional structure would cost tool 796. This more advanced one, bit over 1,000. So it's more expensive, but not that much. The tooling is Also a bunch more expensive. But at this point, like, it's a rocket will be flying a lot, hopefully. Ah, hi there, Duality. We are just designing our new rocket based on the real-life R7 design. Because we built a new launch pad and it's upgrade time. So yeah, we'll go for the integral structure. If it was like majorly more expensive, it might not have been worth it. You can also check what difference it makes to the delta V here. So with our conventional structure, we're at 7 kilometers and 613 meters a second. And oops, separate you. And here we are at... Well, that can't be right. Did we use the wrong fuel mixture after all? That's... No, wait, it was 6. Or was it 7? I forgot the numbers. Yeah, it's definitely that fuel mixture. Yeah. 6.657. Yeah, okay, it was 6.2. Okay, yeah. So we're just getting 6.5 something instead of 6.2 kilometers a second delta V here from the 2 tons empty mass difference, which I'm gonna take. So let's reattach those fins. And... But yeah, we're already at 120 tons. We might actually... do something silly again, because I guess I need to rename this this career to Silly Space Program, because we're just continuously being silly here. Okay, I'm gonna switch you to here so that I can attach only 2 boosters here. Now, first, I'm gonna check what sense it would make for the final design. If we have a bigger launch pad, yada yada, you know the drill. We're planning for the future here. So I'm gonna check how big the booster tanks would have to be if we were gonna fully fueling this baby up. And then, because of launch pad limitations, we will have to tune it down just a bit again. And again, this upgrade, it's not very much of an upgrade. Really not. I don't even see anything that it does better, but maybe it's more reliable, which in itself could be a reason. Like, the initial ignition chance is 88.62. That's not... That might cost us an expensive launch failure or something. Okay, so but if we have those boosters, the engines would all be in one stage. We'll light them all at once. Then our TWR would be miserable. Okay. What's your burn time anyway? 2 minutes 20 seconds. And right now we're at 5 minutes burn time. So yeah, our side boosters need to be much smaller. Oh, actually, we can use specific booster tanks. They look all pretty and R7/Soyuz like. I mean, we have them, so we might as well use them. Give me that. So, staging mess. We'll figure that out later. Okay, so now we're already at 3 minutes burn time with this. Okay, we have 2 minute 20. So what does this do? Okay, yeah, we can also stretch it if we want. That's nice. I think that's a bit chunky. Maybe we'll reduce the diameter there just a bit. Okay. One thing after another. Let me figure out the core stage. If I want to make it a bit skinnier, we have 5 minutes 40 burn time. So if you make it... But I kind of want to err a bit more on the side of a bit chunkier. So let's leave it at 3. 540. And I mean, that's 3 meters diameter, 15 length, and exactly 5 minutes 40. Let's take the pretty numbers. Okay, now that we have our core stage, what do we do with the boosters? 3 minute burn time. Are you that weak? You have a meganewton of thrust. That can't be. Something's fishy here. Oh, I think they're drawing from the central tank. Is that what you're doing? Oh, you sneaky ones. Okay. In that case, we'll... Okay, I guess that's on me for not including the decouplers. Sorry if I'm jumping around a bit right now. It's... Boop. Trying to think of a lot of things at once. There we are. Now we have our tanks, full utilization. Come on. The fuel. Oh wow, how many fuel mixtures do we have now? The RD-107 also has a different fuel mixture. Oh my goodness. Okay, so which one? 0.991 is not the one we need. So this one is the one for the RD-107 engines. And it makes a little sense that they also have different fuel mixtures since they have different purposes. The RD-108 engine will ignite and burn for like over 5 minutes, and the side boosters only burn for like 2 minutes to help the rocket pretty much get up into space. It's a bit like a second stage, a 2-stage design, but you just ignite both of them at once, and then part of them you detach early. It's pretty much like that. Okay, so we need 2 minutes. There we go. Now that's more the size that I was expecting to get for these boosters. Wait, we're at 4 minutes. Yeah. 2 minutes 6, 2 minutes 18. Now that's pretty close. Let's... Actually, I want to attach you higher up. And we can also scooch you a little further in at least. Now 218, 23, 21, 21, 21. Come on, give me 20. 2 minutes 20. Perfect. Okay, so this is the size of the boosters we'll want eventually. But we also want 4 of them. So eventually we would... why can I not... Well, that was weird. Okay, but if we had 4 of these, we would be on the order of 315 tons, something. So yeah, now we're talking twice the launch mass of what can handle at this point. So if we want to have at least 2 boosters and maybe partially fueled up or something, how would that work out? Because we're just doing weird rocket designs in this career. Oh wait, they have decouplers integrated. Oh, that's neat. That's super cool. Yeah, we've never used these before. So we can't just attach them like this? That's awesome. As we've discovered, there will be a cross-feed issue though. Disable cross-feed. So we can do that explicitly here. And that. Oh, if we didn't, we could actually... I mean, it gives us... Hang on, it gives us a performance penalty, actually. Really? Because the RD-107s pull from the center. No. I'm not sure. We could probably save a couple millisecond delta V with crossfeed, but let's not go down there. So if we did this, but wait, hang on. How is our TWR so miserable? How much are the boosters worth here? Oh wait, our engine is not. We disabled things. Okay. Never mind. We had all the settings wrong. The center tank had all the fuel disabled to be used. Yeah, so with crossfeed we could get much more, but that's fine. So we're actually... This kinda looks launchable. Then again, like, now we are hilariously over mass. Let's check our mass. So now we're at 170. Yeah, the side boosters don't make a lot of sense. So actually... Yeah, so this is marginally over, so we could probably make this work somehow. But it just gives us a kilometer a second extra. I mean, which still it would be a nice initial boost. But it would also be expensive in terms of the cost of the engines. That's like $1,000 right there. And even tooled, these tanks, boosters cost 700 each, so we're already talking 2,400 for a minor boost. If anything, if we had like, we could make maybe a smaller liquid booster or something. Well, yeah, we'll need something. Well, we'll need something. Maybe we'll just fly this, even though it is pretty silly. Okay. Now, you will eventually want to be 300 something. For the time being, you can stay with 150. But we will need to... Oh, jeez, this window is so long. Okay, so antennas, we don't need you for now. Science, we don't need you. Avionics is 150 near Earth. And I wanted to make you bigger to physically fit in there. You probably now have a ton of electric charge, no? Okay, that's fine. No, I mean, if we're partially fueling, then I should probably remove this here. We are definitely in silly land again, my friends. 1.7 kilometers a second lift of delta V TWR. That's only gonna be for a pretty short time, and after that we'll have much lower. That's so silly. Also, like, really, this rocket is also meant for a bit heavier payload. Actually, this might be time that we widen this, because again, like, if we're gonna want to launch bigger and heavier payloads, that also means we just need more space for... Ooh. Okay, yeah. We should also switch over tank type here of the avionics to a more modern service module. That makes sense. And then we can make, I think, 2 meters 2.2. I mean, now we can also get rid of the silliness of like it being like 8 fuel tanks stacked. Oop, that was the fairing. Badoop, badoop. Minutes. Yeah, not that much. I think it was like 740, 720. $21.20. Let's make it around this. And move you in. Now this power of this engine is now also much more reasonable for this kind of rocket and upper stage. It's also very oversized, overpowered. Might need height. No. Shouldn't I? Maybe I attached it to the wrong node. But like the height node should be... Yeah, must have been on the wrong node. That confused me. Okay, it's not quite reaching the top there. There we go. Now, avionics. Let's make you bigger too. Service tank. Go. Fairings. And give you that. Oh, hang on. That was the wrong thing. I wanted to adjust the base size. There we go. And if we have a bigger upper stage, we might also want a little bit more. Give me the fuel tanks. A bit more of our RCS fuel here. Who knows? That's always next to nothing anyway. And it'll give us more options. Now, solar power. How much power do these avionics consume? I'm gonna guess a lot. 200 watts. Yeah. What would the size of a solar panel be for like 200 watts? Okay, this one is 250. So it's kinda close enough that we could attach these humongous solar panels, but let's not go there. I mean, you're pretty much just a dummy payload at this point. We don't need to worry about any of that. Oh yeah, you can tell our Delta V is like... This is a lot more capable. Like, not order of magnitude, but we're still at 10.6 kilometers a second for this big return payload now. So, honestly, that should be about it for the upgrades for now. And then once we get an even bigger launch pad, then we just fuel up everything and make the boosters 4 symmetric instead of 2 symmetric. That's then RD-108, 2 RD-107s. It will add a bunch of failure modes. Because we have so many more engines burning here, and any one failing at this point means a failure, launch failure. I mean, we could start trying to plan for that, but no, not at this point. Not at this point. Yeah, so I'm gonna save that. We can then, for example, maybe this one will even be able to do a crewed launch? Hang on, I'm gonna check. How much payload is this? That's like close to a ton. For a capsule, if you're planning like 2 tons payload or something, that could be barely enough to get a capsule in orbit. So let's add a bit more weight, just to see like if we could get it into orbit. Okay, that's 2.5. That's a bit much. So this is like 2 tons of payload. And our Delta V is fine. 9.5 kilometers a second. Like, it's a bit close, but this should generally be enough to get into orbit. So yeah, we are reaching the point where this could allow not just crewed suborbital launches, which is what we're really interested in doing today once the research is finished, but actual orbital launches. So I'm just gonna... whatever you were. I think it was something like this. But yeah. I'm gonna go over the avionics one more time with decoupling the stages, as you should. So now avionics sufficient. If we do this, avionics sufficient with even a few tons to spare. Like that's probably a bit overkill. 10.5. Let's go down to 10. The more we over-engineer the avionics, the more it'll cut into other things like power consumption and maximum mass, even though it won't be much, but yeah. Oh, courses. That's right. We need to start training astronauts. Okay. General aviation, nope. Mercury, Vostok. But I think I've kind of been wanting to fly a Mercury capsule. Like, no offense, but Russian early capsules were death traps. How many of our pilots here do we want to fly? Okay, first, this is gonna be a female space program here. So we'll train those pilots. And that'll take a while. Yeah, and all the tooling will do that once we start actually building it. Untooled, it would take like 4 years almost and cost 60,000. But yeah, this is just... We now have a more capable launch vehicle. Now, we also built some satellite launchers. Oh, that's still what the edit here is for, but we don't even need to edit the craft that we were editing at all. We were looking at if it has the payloads we needed for the set contracts. So now we have our launch vehicle upgraded. Check. We have a new re-entry science vehicle being built. That's here. Check. And we are researching crew capsules. Check. Oh yeah, on the upgraded launch vehicle there we will try and build a lunar probe for, but we will wait until the technology is done. But I guess we'll do the capsules first, or the comms. It doesn't matter much. Let's, for the time being, let's pop forward and let's do the science mission, and this time with 200 kilometers periapsis, or more than that, and into a polar orbit. And I hope we have enough performance to do all of that. And with this one, I mean, if it's here, I think you can fly on the smaller launch pad. I mean, I guess we wouldn't get the option if it couldn't. So, okay, never mind. So we can now fly, since this one has both navset and weather payloads, we can now decide which one we want to do. And I think if the contracts stop bugging around, kind of want to do the weather one. Yeah, the navset one also has much higher orbit requirements. I'm not 100% sure yet if the launch vehicle as is can do that. So let's do this one. So now we need to launch into a 600 kilometer, as circular as possible, inclination 53 degrees. And it just needs to be 2 minutes stable. So no long-term like power or anything like that is important. Okay, so let's wait for a day, or until it is day, and launch this. It would really be nice if we could actually like get things done today as we were planning. Like we had some struggles with the science earlier on there, but overall it's been going decently. Okay, so let's check our parameters like any good orbit launcher would. No, that's for later. That's where we're here now. 600 kilometers by 600. What is our delta V? 10.6. Ooh, that might be getting a bit close actually. I'm not 100% sure we can make that. Shouldn't fly like these rockets with like more payload than necessary. That's a bit silly. Yeah. I should build some dedicated ones in the future. Which also means we're not... Minimum is 48, between 48 and 58. So we'll just go for 49, like just barely in the right orbit. Similarly, we're shooting for the lowest periapsis possible, like 596 kilometers, and we're shooting for 6. Okay, let's go for 6.5. That's not a lot more complicated but in terms of buffer for our accuracy is like twice as much. And I trust MacChap enough that it can probably handle this now. And the rest should be fine. Stop. Oh no, it's not. It's not. So ignition, release, second stage, then fairing. And means stop at stage 2. And now we're good. What is our liftoff TWR? Oh, 1.65. Right. We have still a pretty silly launch vehicle here. Okay. I think we're ready to launch. We put in the inclination, the periapsis. The eccentricity is because we set periapsis and apoapsis the same. And we have our payload on board. Okay, we're ready to launch. Let's ignite that engine. And let's do the time warp. Basic time warp. I forgot to engage the auto. I thought I clicked that. Come on. I thought about it in a way that made it feel like a memory, but it wasn't. Always fun when that happens. Now, you remembered all your settings. Good, MacChap. Very good. Now, engage. There we go. The upside of a 600 kilometer circular orbit is also, and of course the staging, is also that it means our silly TWR is much less of an issue. Because, yeah, the biggest issue is if we need to launch into a low orbit, but if it's a higher orbit, then a high TWR isn't as bad. Okay, engaged. Ignition. Also just checked, and MacChap automatically stages once the thrust reaches its maximum. It's that smart. There we go. Always nice just watching a rocket launch. And soon it'll be much bigger and better. We might have an issue. I don't think we're gonna reach our orbit with this rocket. Payload's too big. Well, that's a shame. And a waste of time and resources. What I think adding a coast could help. I think I just saved this launch with this spontaneous decision. Good thinking, self. Okay, but yeah, basically this is... So, in terms of burning up... Oh no, we're coasting. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing was supposed to happen. We're fine. So in terms of burning up, going higher is better because we spend less time in the atmosphere if we have a steeper trajectory. But for like in terms of efficiency, if you have one continuous burn without coast period in between, then if you have very short burn times, that means you need to get up very fast, and it makes you like burn up more and then waste energy negating that upwards velocity again once you are at your target altitude. So that's why also I added the coast phase now, which will now be for another 3 minutes, which I can time warp for, which means we don't have to like struggle to get up high enough for our second stage burn, and like we don't have to go faster up than we want to, we don't have to negate it, and so it'll be a lot more efficient. Now we also don't need you, and we are 15 seconds away from second stage ignition. Let's make sure our fuel is settled. I don't have RCS controls. Why do I not have RCS controls? Something is fishy. Yeah, I know. I was trying to, but I didn't have controls. Why did I not have controls? We do have nitrous oxide on board. And crossfeed is enabled. So I do not understand. And we have comms. Because they were in the wrong stage. Really? Why was the staging messed up? And that's not what I wanted. Wait, it still doesn't work? Why are you disabled when you are here on the stage? Okay, something here is very fishy. Like, this should not happen. The RCS being here means it should be enabled, and it's not. It flat out doesn't work as it should. Nope, you get a revert. Hang on. I don't know why. What? It was staged. How can it be set to disabled? Like, I understand if it doesn't work because it has the wrong fuel type set or anything. But literally its status was disabled after having been staged. So, ooh. Well, hello there. Are you okay? Now, what I'm gonna do now is just stage the RCS like this to test if it works. So here, I staged it and then it works. This did not happen the last time. I really want to know why you're so tilted. Why is the launch clamp tilted? Anyway, let's try this again. And this time with functioning RCS. Really? Weren't you smart enough to auto stage? Didn't I just check that earlier? Okay, but not if it has fairings. Staging not being saved from the the changes we made. I wonder why it was. I mean, I guess we just keep forgetting fixing the staging because, like, it's one of those things, like, it's not that we never make the staging correct when we build a rocket, but it's that if you take the fairings away to, like, look at the payload, if you reattach them, they will often, like, be completely different. And that's why they get messed up, and it's also, like, just basically the game being annoying, and why I don't have a lot of problem with reverting when that gets in the way of, like, a successful launch. Okay, so now, have we fixed everything? Hopefully. If the RCS doesn't work again, I have no idea what's up. Pretty sure it will, though. Okay. No more reverts for this flight, please. Hang on. Coast length. You get a coast length reset. So I again fix our trajectory like we were just talking about earlier. Okay, now I also kinda thought I remembered MacJeb like considering fuel settling, but I guess it doesn't. Hello, RCS. We don't need you active right now, but also fair. Whee! That's a lot of decouple force. Hello. Now time warp. 3 minutes again for the coast. 2 minutes. One minute. Okay, now let's get us in the right orientation and settle the fuel. Oh yeah, this takes a bit. There we go. Propellant. So I'm watching here. Propellant very risky, 50%. 70% ignition chance, 80, 90, and now we're fully settled our fuel. 13 seconds to go. I'll just keep pulsing it forward just a little bit to keep it there. Yep, there it dropped a bit. 2 seconds, yep. Just settle, and there we go. Successful engine ignition. Okay, MacJeb should be able to handle the rest on its own. Let's time warp. This should... No, it's not. I was thinking if it's like the highest orbit we've ever been. It might be the highest circular orbit we've been in. But literally like the science payload satellite, we shot that up to like 1600 kilometers apoapsis. But it was with the like probably 150 kilometer periapsis. And now we're at like 600 by 600. Now I'm also going to be curious what the our remaining delta V will be here. How much is this still overpowered for this job? Because I don't think it's by a much, but by a much, yes, by much / by a lot. Oh, it's still 500 meters a second-ish. But yeah, 605 by 602. Perfect. Now this should fulfill the criteria. Let's check our contract. Yep, just need 2 minutes of stability. And there we have it. And we even lose control over it because we launched the satellite for a client and it's not for us to use. which is also a very cool little mechanic. Okay. Now that we all know that, let's fix the staging in the VAB for this rocket so that we can mass launch these without having to worry about fixing all these things on the launch pad again. Also, it's 1967. We're getting close to the date of the first crewed landing on the moon here in the game. And we are so far away. We literally haven't even launched any crew whatsoever. Not in a plane. We don't even have capsules researched yet. Nothing. Oh, that's pretty funny. Okay, so that's a science return being built. So let's go into the VAB. Oh god, what was the name of the rocket? See, we should name our rockets better. Like this one, the one we just flew, should have something like with payloads in the name. Like weather and I think navigation payload. Alright, there, we got thrown into the VAB with just that rocket. And enough. And weather set payload. Okay. Good. So you have nav and weather. Now, this and this and this. First stage engine, decouple. Second stage, decouple, ignite. And RCS. I mean, honestly, we can enable it way earlier than we just manually enable the RCS control when we need it. And that, and payload decouple if we want to, yes. Now, the one thing I will try now is, what if we take away the payload? What does it make a difference for the delta V? Okay, so it's like on the order of 40 meters a second delta V. Oh, actually, for this one, it's more like several hundreds. The weather payload is really heavy. So we should have a version here that has only nav payload. And then it'll be much more capable. And there, well, I just talked about earlier with the fairings, just removing them and attaching them. I didn't even like rearrange any parts or edit new parts or anything, and yet the fairing ended up in a different stage. It's frustrating. Okay, so this, let's build 1, 2. Let's not build more for now, but we can. Plans, add to build plans. And then we can load the nav and weather. Build some of you, since you've just proven you can also launch the weather sets. Add to build plans and build 1, 2. And I'm just gonna make a dedicated weather version of you as well. 280. Wow. We made that tank pretty big. Yeah, it's 80 kilograms for that payload. Yeah, and so you are weather. Save, add to plans, build. No. Jeez. Almost built this without the fairing. So, staging, check, save, build. I hope I remembered to fix the fairing on for all these others, but I think I did. Now, did we add all for the plans? Yep. Okay. Now, I mean, we started with the weather set contract, I believe. So let's continue with that, since it was 4 launches, or 6. The nav set one was 4. And yeah, it's more of the exact same. So we can just... we need actually 5 more. We have 2 weather here. So let's move those up. Weather, 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 weather. The science return is there. And then plans, weather, weather, weather. 3 more. And then we're at 5 weather sets. $150. Also, hang on, let me check one more quick thing in the VIB. Are we missing any tooling? Because the build time there was maybe a bit on the high side. And at least now, when we're like launching these one after another, things like tooling become pretty important. What do you say? Nope. Perfectly tooled. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, the loading times can be... they take up a bunch of the time. It's like, oh, I just want to quickly change this. 10-second loading time, 10-second loading time. Okay. So let's do our polar above 200 kilometer periapsis return contract. Those 2 things we will do this time. If I don't forget, by the time it reaches the launch pad. Okay, a lot of contracts coming and going there. I mean, this is a contract we can also do easily, but it just needs the advanced biocapsule and sounding rocket payload. But yeah, I'm not... like, yeah, we could do that. We'd have to, like, build a rocket that has both. I'm not gonna fiddle with that. It's maybe something I could do, like, between streams. Like, that's so unimportant and such a little thing, but takes up, like, between reconfiguring the rocket, launching, whatever, that can easily take up, like, half an hour if things go well. Although maybe a bit less. Like, or we're getting a bit more streamlined here, but yeah. But no, it's not a super easy profile. Like, we would have travel, like, I think 3 kilometers per second velocity, but we wouldn't want to go too much faster for the recovery aspect of it, and it would just... a lot of things go into launching rockets. Who would have thought? Okay, now periapsis over 200, so let's do 210. What about our apoapsis? Do we have any limitation for that? No, it's just orbit above 200, and the polar orbit is just for us to get more science with the film return capsule. Okay, so that's done. Coast length. I mean, I kind of want to also know what it'll do with the coast. Like this will use up... Okay, like... Oh, but that's not considering like drag losses. But we're here with like 3.75 kilometers a second of the second stage used. And if we allow a coast and we let it recalculate, it can't give us a solution. I mean, what if we input one manually? No, still not. Okay, 3.8. 3.7, yeah, I think the coast just makes it worse. $8.51. Yeah, let's just do this. Is engaged. Our inclination is set. Our periapsis is set. We're good to go. There we go. Time warp. Vessel completion message. And let's go. Piercing the clouds. What more can you want then? Beautiful view, the roar of an engine. Okay, I want the rocket to not spit over that much. Ugh. I mean, I guess we should have launched into 350 by 210 and then manually cut off the thrust. Oh jeez. Please don't burn up. Eek. Oh dear. Another one of those nail biter launches. Also, we're actually really cutting it close with our Delta V here. Okay, we are launching into a polar orbit. So that makes sense. Like, the last time we launched this science return mission was specifically in an equatorial orbit. Because we were thinking, do we need to launch into any other orbit? No, then we can launch into an equatorial one, which is easy. Oh, wow. Holy pitch up Batman. What are you... You lost control? Oh my god. Well, about this launch. Yeah. Oh, that's... Make you lighter. Jeez. Well, that launches... yeah, that's not gonna get into orbit. Okay, well... Gonna have to build one more of these. Which will now get very close to our contract deadline. You also have not a lot of gimbal. But you do have a gimbal. Jeez. We've burned like a third of our propellant while completely out of control. Oh, man. Yeah, and we're missing like 800 meters a second Delta V. Like, we're absolutely not gonna make this. It's very fast time warp forward here. Just to get confirmation, but yeah. 6.7. This is not going anywhere. Nope. Okay. But yeah, that was definitely then my mistake with the orbit. Yeah. Should launch into a actually, yeah, just launch into a 350 by 350 like usual. Cut thrust but at 210 instead of 150 as usual. Then we're fine. God, will I be happy if we have a launch vehicle that's not this super finicky? So now, I don't think we have it in plans. Nope. It gets less super finicky a bit later on. Like one fun thing about like bigger launch vehicles later for bigger missions is if you need like a ton of different engines anyway. Oh yeah, and that's the vehicle we need actually. While we're here, can we do this contract while we do our other one? I mean, 3,000 meters a second, altitude 140. Yes. I think we specifically removed the advanced biocapsule. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh no, it's a basic biological sample. Oh no, advanced biocapsule. Okay, that is just hilarious. And the other thing it asks for is 200 sounding payload. Can we put that on the avionics tank? 10,000. That's a lot. Ooh, yes, we can. Okay, but not a lot. I mean, if we 21. No, so you don't have a lot of 21. I don't think it's worth it, like making your avionics that much bigger. Oh yeah, and it'll also mean like it'll mess with the tooling we have and everything. We shouldn't go down this road. Let's just leave our avionics as usual. You're not tooled. What's a good tool length for you? Also, why are you controllable mass 0? That's not... What? Yeah, I remembered you more in that... around that length. I wish there was a snap to like nearest tooled length. Avionics and 2... 1 diameter by 0.336. I mean, I guess you were... Yep. Oh, you cost tool because we updated the tank to tier 2. That makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna tool you then. After I check 200 sounding payload. So let's close you. Let's get a service tank going. $200 sounding payloads. Wait, what? You are so big and you can only fit not even 200? What? Hang on. Tier 2? Oh my god. Also, that's 100 kilograms. We can't afford that Delta V wise, I believe. 9.8, 9.6. I mean, it would be cutting it super close. No. Okay, so we're not doing this contract. I guess I just wasted a bunch of time there. Let's just reload the craft. Everything like it was. And we'll fly with a smarter profile and everyone will be happy. And get their contracts fulfilled. You. And just because we're here and I don't trust myself. Let's both build it and put it in the plans. Oh man, wasting so much time again today. Can't believe it. I shouldn't even have gone like, oh, I wonder if I can do this contract on the side. I just shouldn't have. Okay. Can I just put you at the top? No? Boop, 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 boop. Close. 180 days. Let's check that the contract still is valid in 180 days. It's this one, 280. So we have a 100 days buffer. We need to do this in the next launch attempt though. That's what that means. This weather set will also have to wait. Let's actually clean up our launch here a bit. Like whenever we need one of the nav or combined ones, we have them in the plan, in the plans. There's no need for them to be there. Now the weather set won't be able to launch before this one, and because we definitely care about this one. Now, what have we learned? Launch into a 350 orbit. We know that works. And then manually cut off at 210 because we have a 200 periapsis requirement. What? Was there a launch clamp left or something? How are we at 95% RAM usage again? Okay. Let's see if we can close some extra stuff. You can go Jeez. Opera is using like 700 megabytes of RAM, even though we literally just have 2 tabs open. One for the live stream stuff. Wow. Okay, well, goodbye Opera. Now, 210, 210, 90. Oh wait, no, not 210, 350. 350 will manually cut off. Do you like that? Oh, you would like a coast phase. I can give you a coast phase. 468 461. Yeah, so it'll save a little bit of fuel if we allow coast phase. If we allow coast, I'll push this here. RCS and stop at stage 2. Okay. Are we ready? Are we considering all the things we need to be considering? Let's go over the contract. Orbit periapsis above 200, 2 minutes. So that's simple. Polar orbit 350. The only thing left we need to consider is the fact that we need to manually cut off to get into a 210 kilometer orbit or a 210 kilometer periapsis, which also means it'll like actually require a bit less delta V to get to. Not that it'll make a huge difference. Yeah. Actually, we might not get a coast phase after all. With the not calculated aerodynamics losses, for the optimal flight plan, the duration of the coast phase is shrinking and shrinking. It's down to 12 seconds at this point. Yeah, we're starting to need the third stage of the payload. Hang on. We are pretty horizontal again. Why is that? Or even, why is the trajectory different now? I don't understand. Was it the coast length setting that I shouldn't have messed with? Jeez. Well, we are in this now. No, fairings should auto-stage. There they go. Maybe with, I don't know, with how they went into the delta V calculations, maybe that'll push them a bit in our favor. At this point it looks like we'll have close to 250 meters a second left over in our final stage. Plus, that's ignoring the fact that we'll cut off a bit earlier. So it might still be... this mission might still be a success. It's getting very close, though. I might also have to go for a hot second in a moment, because Cat might want to go outside. How are we here? Okay. Yeah, right now it looks like we'll have 240-ish meters a second left, which is good. Okay, now time to slow down the time warp and be ready to cut the engine. But I think the second stage is burning out any second now anyway. Okay, this is perfect. I can also disengage. Come on, disengage. Because we are now finishing this just on our own. Very chill. No need to like fight with MacChap over control. Hang on, we might actually have to go steeper instead of less steep with our manual. Trajectory, not that it should make a huge difference, but yeah. Okay. Ah, this is fine. There, periapsis becoming positive now. Now, we needed to go above 200, and then we're golden. And we still have a bunch of delta V left for deorbiting. No, this is good. 130, and also, let's not be silly and use Principia. Because, hang on. There we are. Okay, you know, Principia says 190. It's all good. Let's check the contract. Periaps. Oh, above 200. Fine, we'll give you 200 here. Okay. No! With the... Okay. Well, we'll give you a little more. There we go. It can be a bit wonky because, yeah, these orbits are not with the real Principia physics. Now, for this contract, we just need to return home at this point. For us, we want to return some more science experiments. And there, Tundra biome we have no science about at this point. Blah, 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 this way. Oh, that was the wrong way, but we can't just wait for longer. No. Rotate this to get some sunlight. And now we're in the shadow. Wonder what happens if we time warp with this active. Whoop. You're doing a lot of things for supposedly just killing rotation. Okay, also that electric charge warning must have been for the upper stage. Okay, water. Ice caps. Okay, yeah, we'll just turn you off. I think it gets confused with persistent rotation. Persistent rotation being the mod that makes it so even under time warp, crafts keep their rotation status, because in vanilla, if you time warp, yeah, your craft stops rotating. But not with these mods. Okay, yeah, we can just... There, mountain, desert, taiga, grasslands. There's a lot of biomes around here. Depleted. I think we're like depleted on film. I think that's a thing that happens with the science experiment. Status depleted. Probably. Which means it's time to head home. Now, we are now at apoapsis. We want to be at periapsis when we deorbit. So 20 minutes forward. And then we'll get some sweet, sweet science. And the contract. 2 minutes. Oh wait, we need a ground station. Yikes. And we're now like at the South Pole. Yeah, well, there's not a ground station. Actually, there are some here. Maybe we can catch one. Nice. Not the ground station we deserve, but the ground station we need. Now, prepare for the orbit burn and also already transfer data. We have tundra, taiga, and ice caps. Wait, you have status waiting now. Yeah, I'm giving it... ice caps. Basically, I want to know if maybe after like pulling the data from it. No, we're still depleted. Okay. 40, 30, 20 minutes. Okay, now back to our deorbit burn we're about to do. Let's do one more transfer data here, even though it shouldn't do anything. Okay, it's the orbit. We've already figured out the last time a pretty shallow re-entry also works. Like, not super shallow. I wouldn't take any trajectory like that for a crewed mission, but like minus 150 periapsis or something is what we had. Which, for an uncrewed probe like this and a small one to boot, like the smaller the easier it is to re-enter. At least in terms of like avoiding overheat. Although we have other problems, like a steep re-entry no matter what will mean just higher G-forces. Now let's rotate you a bit. Well, this should be fine. I'll just rotate it off a little bit from retrograde for the separation, and just because I want to build muscle memory, transfer data, then stage. And then you orient. And actually, I think they're stuck or something. Oh, we attached the solar panels on this one. Oh god. I'm sure nothing bad can come from this. Okay, no signal. Well. Starting to hit the atmosphere. Let's go. The hopefully last return capsule mission. At least like for just low Earth science. For space. High Earth will want to return science at some point as well. And obviously then for other destinations. But the low science situation here was pretty silly for some time now. Okay, yeah. Hyperphysics, boop, 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 times 15. Okay, yeah, there the solar panels will go soon. Now is the rest fine? Because if the rest is fine, then I don't care. Static solar panel exploded due to overheating. Film camera exploded, attitude jets. So a lot of that stuff was just from the second stage, I imagine. Okay. I mean, we still have the upper compartment here with the parachute. Wait, why is it overheating? Why did it overheat? Come on, really? Why? Come on. I guess we didn't go that steep the last time. Just minus 100 or something. I don't remember. It's the only thing I can think of. Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna put this on the list of things to do off stream. Just do this again, because that's not fun watching us do again. Off stream. Also means we're gonna fail this contract now. Okay, well, how's our technology going anyway? Oh, we're almost done with the capsule. So we can do the weather set and then we can... Oh, okay. Recondition launchpad. Now rollout. And warp forward, and there goes the basic capsule technology. We can launch some crew, even if we fail at returning samples. Maybe also the solar panels being accidentally attached and then overheating transferred heat into the command module that otherwise wouldn't have gotten there. In which case that's, I mean, didn't intend to attach it there. So that was just a silly building mistake, which is also frustrating. But, I mean, fair is fair, that would be my fault. Hang on, contract. But I didn't accept it yet, so now I need to roll it back and then back out again. Recover active vessel to VAB. I don't want to recover it to VAB. I want to just roll it back. How do I roll back a vessel? How do I roll back a vessel? Because if I accept the contract now, I don't think it counts as like a new vehicle, because it specifically says like newly built. Where's even the weather contract? The repeatable weather contract, it's not here. Why not? Well, fine. We'll go to the Space Center and check in mission control. Fighting with the game. Always imagine things going a lot smoother than they're doing, and it just takes so much more time than you expect. There it is. Launch a new vessel. Well, it says launch, so maybe it'll still count. Except... yeah, I have no idea how to roll back a vessel. I mean, I kind of want to know what happens if I do this. Okay, never mind. I shouldn't have done that. Oh dear. I was expecting like we had the recover prompt in the past where it's like, do you want to recover with KCT or with the default game? And so now I was expecting to get the KCT option, but it wasn't there. Okay. Well, talking. We have our weather set. Oh no, wait, it still is gone. Whatever. We'll just build a new one, I guess. No, not scrap, duplicate. Oh, hang on. Crew launch. We have our capsules. Hold the phone. Break the sound barrier. Crew. Expires duration. So we have several years. Like, we'll build a vehicle way faster than that. So let's break the sound barrier with crew, shall we? We could even like go full YOLO and go for orbit first. Like orbit in our very first launch. Experimental rocket plans, X-planes high and suborbital flight crewed will become unavailable. So after this first supersonic launch, there'll also then be a suborbital launch contracts, I guess, which makes sense. But yeah, I mean, we have pretty much. Let's check how much mass the capsule is exactly. Like we've established, we have about 2 tons to orbit capability. Like those 2 tons do have to include also like a deorbit module for the capsule. So it's not just the... oh yeah, but it's only 700 kilograms. So we can definitely do this. This part doesn't allow EVA. Yup. Plus passenger mass. I like how it specifically tells you that. Okay, so we just need to go supersonic now. So a fun thing we could do now is we just like slap it onto a first stage like this. Which is very silly. Which is why we're doing it. Okay, we do need route here. I am root part now. Now, if we're just going supersonic, we won't need a heat shield. But there probably is like some parts that go with this. Okay, I guess a lot of things. Mercury landing and control module. So this one we would need if we do an orbital flight. Mercury Atlas adapter, escape system. Okay, an escape system we should include. RCS block, nose unit, drogue chute and main antenna. Parachute sounds nice. Destabilizing flap. Attached to the offset node on the Mercury antenna drogue chute unit. Okay. Mercury retro motor. 3 of these on the retro pack. Yep. There's a lot going on moving forward here. So I don't know if we'll need it, but I'm gonna put we probably won't need it, but I'll put the heat shield on there anyway. Now this looks like we're missing something. That's a decoupler. That'll go there. We need something like I think you go there. Yep. And then you go there. Now that looks a lot better. Now this part attaches there. And launch escape system on top. That looks good to me. Now, on this contract, we're just gonna do a supersonic flight. Oh, speaking of which, we need to check our crew training. Astronauts, so you're free. So you get another course for Mission Mercury. Basically, you have to did we not? I swear we started the course for Mercury training for these. I swear we did. Well, I guess it'll still take like about a year until we can fly the flight. What we'll do is, I guess we'll leave the fuel in the booster. We'll just cut out when we're happy with the trajectory. Now, a couple more things we need to set up here. Because, yeah, parachutes, escape systems, Mercury capsule, decoupler. Now, which parachute is which? Nose unit, landing and control. So I don't know which parachute is which here. Includes the drogue chute. So the decam nose unit has a drogue chute, so that fires first. Which makes sense because it's at the top. And then you. Okay. And another thing we will need, because now we are in crewed flight territory and we have a launch escape tower. So we'll set up our abort action group, which is backspace. So if things go wrong, we just slam backspace to get the hell out of there. And then I'm gonna set up action group 0 for both parachutes. Just because if we like have to escape, then we might be God knows where in the staging sequence. Although I guess we can put it on the abort stage too, at least the drogue chute, which will give us can we configure them? I don't know. See, one thing that confuses me now is usually with the real chutes, which is a mod that adds more parachute options and stuff, you can set the option of like only deploy if you go down. These don't have it. Yeah, but like if we go up and then it fires the parachute while we go up, that would completely mess up everything. So let's do it like this, and we will do a test, if only to verify that the escape system works. Simulate. I mean, still just simulation. It's going to be about a year until we can fly it, but crewed launches are happening. We can even, if we're going to do a suborbital launch after this one, we can use the exact same vehicle. We can just build 2 of these. And for the first flight, where we just have to break the sound barrier, we'll just cut off the engines very early. We could, I mean, you would never do this, but we could abort instead of just cutting off the engines. It puts extreme stresses on the people. An abort system like that, like it can go like 10, 15 Gs of acceleration or something silly high like that, because, well, in an emergency situation when literally the rocket is exploding behind you, that's what you want. But yeah, so let's try checking that the escape system works. And then we stage everything, and the deployment waits for negative vertical velocity. And there we have it. Explosions. Oh my god. I landed us on the VAB. I think the heat shield exploded there on impact. That's amazing. Oh my god. So yeah, we know where we'll land if we have to eject from the pad. Oop. Well, that's the drogue chute there, having some fun. Okay. You revert to editor. So yeah, crude launches. Safety will be important. Now, just having an engine not work and we don't have a backup plan for like getting out of that situation safely, that's not okay anymore. And you will be jettisoned there. That might be burning. I'm not 100% sure if the staging... I think on stage it might fire and decouple. Okay. Also, I think you're perfectly reliable, which makes sense. Predicted residuals... yeah. Okay. So, we built 2 of these. Hang on, we might need to... No, we don't need to tool anything. Yep. 7 parts for 80,000. 80,000 funds to unlock the capsule and everything. That's okay. 1 and 2. Okay. Which means we can now launch our weather satellite, I guess, and wait for the crew training and the first Mercury rocket to finish. The VAB landing, though. That was so perfect. I couldn't have done that if I planned it. $217. I don't think we're in any rush with this. The crew training will take longer than that. Speaking of facilities, okay, here's a cost overview here. So 15,000 funds per year, which is actually not nothing at all. That's more than the rocket cost. But yeah, here they are training for the Mercury capsule. Add alarm so that we get notified. Okay. Now I think we still have the contract accepted for the weather set. Active weather set. Orbit 649 degrees. Weather set payload 44. We should have that. Sounds good. Let's do it. Crude launches. Woohoo. Cat just made a noise. Come on, game. You can do it. Oh, 97% RAM. We might have to just restart the game pretty soon to avoid it just flat out crashing. RAM usage just climbs the longer you play. Contract deadline, yeah. Oh, that cost us 100,000. Jeez. Yeah, that's rough. That's very rough. Okay, satellite. Active. There we go. 605. Check, check. Inclination 49. Eccentricity below 0.01. We're aiming for circular. Okay. Trajectory check. Yes, we wanted to plan with a coast phase. So trajectory check complete. And we have the payload too. Yep. Let's go. Why can I not stage? I pressed spacebar like 4 times now to make it actually stage. And yeah, fixing staging while in flight. Whoops. But yeah, now it should be fine. And stop at stage 1. Standard physics warp. Yeah, we can fast forward here. If there's anything like a standard launch we have at this point, it's a launch like this one. With the return contracts, we had so many headaches. With the low altitude launches, we had so many headaches. But this one is more of a medium Earth orbit. It's still not really, but it's higher than the super low ones. And right, coast phase. I keep forgetting it and almost freaking out. It's 3 minutes. We'll just time warp ahead now, and then later RCS can orient us properly. Ooh, that's fast. A minute left. Okay, it'll also take some time to settle the fuel, so... Although it looks still settled, which is excellent. I mean, I'll manually decouple the fairings if you don't want MacChap. keep propellant stable. 10 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and... I was half expecting a game crash there. That would have been hilarious. Okay. Successful ignition. Always good to see. Time warp ahead. Oh, we did something to make MacChat display in seconds. Pretty sure used to show that in minutes, seconds, and not pure seconds. But oh well. It's fine. Maybe 20 real-time seconds left. And there we have it. Only missing the stable orbit, which we now have. At least these contracts we can do. Then 167 days left for the proficiency, which means probably one more weather set in the meantime. At this point, okay, yeah, I was gonna say like might as well fly those off stream, but we're basically doing them on the side, like keeping our build queue busy because we can build 2 rockets at once. Wait, hang on, that means we can build both Mercuries. Since once we're done, like if our crew is trained and everything, then the time until we can launch the second one with a new contract will be very minimal. I will wait building a new one until we know what's happening after the suborbital launch though. Okay. Next launch. Oh, hang on. Yes, no, we need to time warp ahead a whole lot for the time being. Because the crew training isn't finished yet. I was thinking like need to start mission training while we're time warping. But first need to wait for the proficiency. So this training is for the crew capsule. This is training to be able to use the capsule at all. After that, we'll have the training for the specific mission. So crew always needs to be trained for both the vehicle and then ahead of time for a specific mission. So you should proficiency with Mercury. Yes. So now we do mission Mercury, and then we will have 2 pilots who can fly a Mercury mission in 60 days. So we have 50 days until we should roll out, or we can just roll out now. It doesn't really matter. I don't think in the game there's costs for having a rocket on the pad versus in storage. And let's get an alarm here, and then we'll just warp to that. It's time. Actually, first launch in 1969. Compare first launch of a human being to the moon versus first launch, or first time any person flies faster than the speed of sound. And there we have it. We have proficiency and mission training until end of June. But it's 1 more month. So yeah, we're good. The mission training will still be valid by the time we can launch Mercury 2. So now You go away. Do we have a contract? Active. Crude speed record. Break the sound barrier. Crude. Yup. Wait, there's a duration thing. Oh, 30 seconds. Yeah, that's good to know. But it's not a problem. And I don't think any more contracts that are offered make sense. Nope. So let's warp today. Then go over our launch profile again. And then it's time to launch. I'm excited. Yvonne Rees will become the first Kerbal in this case to... I mean, tank should be full. But let's hit it if we have it. The first Kerbal to break the sound barrier and to fly in a vehicle intended to be used to get into space and orbit. Well, that's some big firsts right there. It's also just making the stakes in this so much higher, because now if things go wrong, we are talking crew is at stake. Oh, and forgot to relaunch KSP. Yeah, 98% RAM. It's okay. Pilot on board. Resources. Okay, this one is okay to be at 0. Shielding is also okay to be at 0. Shielding is for like radiation shielding for longest stays in space. That'll be important. Yeah, consumables like we have water, food, and oxygen. For this short of a flight, that's not something we need to worry about at all. Similarly, we have batteries on board for electric charge. We don't need to worry about power generation. And we don't need to worry about the space the crew has available, which is also something we will need to worry about for longer crew stays. So at this point, we'll just launch straight up for a bit, tilt over a bit so that we'll land in the ocean over there, and then we'll just do a short hop with, let's make our velocity go up to like Mach 2 or something. 600 something meters a second. Yeah, that should be fine. Now we have our abort ready, and let's do a final staging check. This one will decouple our capsule, get rid of the escape tower, and enable our RCS. So yeah, let's do this. This is intense. Like, honestly. Also because we're flying manually now, because it's such a non-standard trajectory. Okay, let's pitch over. Maybe let's even go to Mach 3. This should be plenty. Okay, let's get rid of you if we don't need you. And let's get Mach readout going. 0.9 and sound barrier. Boom. Did that. Now we need to hold this for like 30 seconds. Crude altitude record, crude speed record, yeah. I'm not gonna click on more of those records for the time being. Approaching twice the speed of sound. Now. And yeah, I'm gonna cut it at Mach 3. 2.8, 2.9, 3. So we got slightly above Mach 3 there. Now I hope you get decoupled by staging, otherwise... Yep. Okay. And we should... do I need to stage once more? Why do I not have RCS control? It's again, like it is staged and it should fire, but it doesn't. But I do have control now. Just so many contracts are firing. Should have added some separation motors on the stage. But that's fine. Definitely not how you do that in real life. Now we're actually about to hit apogee. 47.67 kilometers. That's our maximum height here. Okay, I will check if we completed the... Okay, all these show up as contract. I will check if we did complete the contract that we came here for. Duration 30 seconds? Why is it not completed? Like, we are flying for minutes at this point. That can't be. Okay, well, I guess I'll go through these. Altitude and speed records, left and right. Not the contract. Really? Right, hang on. Okay, no, it's just the return safely is missing. I mean, that's fair. So I guess the mod here, Capcom, just doesn't properly update. Update that. Well, that's good to know for the future. Okay, so we're hitting the dense parts of the atmosphere here and slowing down accordingly. All these milestones. Feels good. Now, I'm not sure when exactly the drogue chute will fire, but probably sometime soon. Especially on crewed vehicles, you generally want to fire them sooner rather than later. 7 kilometers, yep, there we go. So, especially for heavier vehicles, and including like in particular crewed vehicles, you often have 2 stages of parachutes. One is a drogue chute, which is a pretty small one that's just meant to like slow you down a bunch to like scrub the worst of the velocity. And then you have the main parachute that you deploy later, which I also must not miss. But I'm waiting a bit longer so we don't have to sit through like minutes of descending. Even though, again, in real life you would deploy them a bit earlier rather than later. I'm gonna deploy them at 1 kilometer. That'll also give me a bit time to troubleshoot in case things should go wrong. Like this should have the main chute. There. So we jettisoned the drogue chute and now we have our main chute. And it's deploying. And now our velocity is nice and slow, 8 meters per second. Perfect. And we're on target for a nominal splashdown of our first crewed flight. That went faster than 3 times the speed of sound. (300 meters, 200 meters, and let's reduce the time warp. We also totally forgot to do like science. Oops. Although I guess we wouldn't even have... Okay, we would have gotten a little bit of science. But yeah, science only starts at like high, flying high biome, which means over 40 kilometers, I think, is the border there. But on our suborbital flight, or whatever our next flight will be exactly, we should remember to do some science as well. But yeah, first successful crewed flight. Ka-ching! So after the second crewed flight, we can then look into maybe fulfilling our other promise of a lunar science mission. Like, we went ahead and designed the heavier version of our launch vehicle. Okay, blah, 0 science, 2,000 funds is nice, I'll take it. No experience gained. Oof. But yeah, I guess like suborbital would be maybe a bit of experience and then orbit more. But yeah. Let's check what the game has in store for us next. Past the Carmen line crewed. Reach 100 kilometers and return home safely. Yep. Examples include the Mercury capsule, which is exactly what we're doing here. Again, like duration, this is like 3 years contract. We are very close to doing it, we can accept that. Early weather, 2nd generation weather satellite. Interesting. Oh, very lucrative. Hello. At about 1,000 kilometers. Looks like a sun synchronous orbit with 147 units. That'll be... we might need our bigger launch vehicle to do these. Okay, but one thing after another. We have our new contract. And we have a hopefully trained astronaut ready for the second mission that will go above the Carmen line. Let's see one, so Sigrid Hoffmann. Hello there, German name. Retires. I was pretty sure we disabled the retirement mechanics because we just really dislike that for like role-playing purposes. I need to go over that. I'm gonna make a note of that. Okay, rolling out to the launch pad, and let's wait until day. And totally not how you'd usually do that, but now it's time for us to figure out our launch profile for this. Yep. So, I mean, I guess we'll do pretty much the same, just not cut out as early. We might go a bit steeper, potentially, just so we don't splash down too far away. And like for a suborbital launch like this, it's not too bad if you like have a steep re-entry. Like, it might still not be great, but it's doable for if you just want to hop up in space and come back down. Yeah, and it just means also reducing the overall velocity. So if we went like in a like 45-degree arc and went above the Carmen line, our total velocity would be a lot higher. Which is just, yeah, we're taking one step at a time here. 2 vessels complete. Another weather set. Okay, so we'll fly manual again, so we don't need MacJab. Our staging, first stage. Yep, check, staging is okay. Our resources are all full, that should be full. And we have a pilot, and we have an accepted contract. Past the Carmen line crewed is a contract. Then the only thing left we will need to remember is the science. You go away. Avionics. That. Okay. Now we can. Well, I guess we'll put you here and pin you. We don't need you at the moment either. Okay. Liquids and microgravity, crew report, telemetry. I do want some info on this experiment. Okay, duration 3 hours. We won't get done much of that at all. Crew report. I want to click this button. Is 5 minutes, so also won't get a ton of it, but the telemetry at least we should get. Or 5 minutes. I mean, we are Carmen line 100. I mean, now's the question. Do we just want to go into Carmen line, or do we want to go above the 140 kilometers? Because then we would be able to catch some science. And I think, like, we have the heat shield. We specifically were like, yeah, we will push this thing to its limits. So let's do above the Carmen line even, or above 140 kilometers even, maybe 180 or 200, something like that. Let's go. And ready to abort at any time. And at this point we'll have some time to react, so we can chill a little. Okay, let's watch our trajectory. We do want to fly a bit sideways. And we did our turn very late. Let's call that good. Like this. Now, let's not fiddle with this anymore and just keep flying prograde. Okay, above the sound barrier. And I guess we don't have to have this window open here all the time now that we've started running the experiments. Also just checked our oxygen pressure controller is running, and we also have an atmospheric scrubber running. So let's watch our trajectory here. And I guess we have a pretty arc trajectory now, but we did also decide to go higher than we were initially planning. And I'm not sure how bad like 180 or 200 kilometer entry would be bad, like straight down. Like that sounds potentially like a bad idea. But this, now we have a pretty basic ballistic trajectory, which you'd even like automatically get it, like if you had to abort a launch or anything like that. Now, 150 apoapsis. Okay, gotta focus now. How high do we want to go? 220. 210, 20. Cut off. So far, so good. Everything's nominal at this point. Now, let's wait a bit more. Okay, no, but we're pretty much out of the atmosphere, so we can now jettison the tower and detach from the booster. Perfect. Chatera is now finally relevant as a mod. Now, RCS probably doesn't work again because staging is weird. Now we have attitude control. And now we are officially in, even for the game, in space. And there are all these experiments. Okay, yeah, the telemetry was also from uncrewed launches. Now we'll have 2 minutes until apoapsis, so we'll have about 4 minutes total in the space biome here, which means we can get most of this crew report and basically nothing from the liquids and microgravity experiment, which will take 3 hours, so that's as expected. Like, we're not here really to gather science points, but we will get a little bit and do a couple experiments. Now let's time warp a bit. 200 kilometers. Also, hang on. We now have the time to do this. Okay, this capsule does not look very nice. Which, to be fair, is pretty much how it would be in real life. You also see the lights. I enabled the RCS now because I want to rotate the window around to look out of it better. And here it is, the view of the Earth from our capsule here in space. Maybe I can even catch a glimpse of the US. We'll have to see. I've lost orientation already, so I don't even know which direction to look into. But I'm just gonna have a quick look around here. There's some land. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay, I think we're descending now because our orbit velocity is increasing. So we're falling back down, and so our velocity is increasing again. Until the halfway point, we were still ascending, and then our velocity was decreasing. We were getting slowed down, like a ball that rolls up a hill, and then at the other side gets faster again. It's literally the exact same. Okay. Let's get out of that view, and let's start thinking about re-entry. I mean, we still have some time, but yeah, definitely. Let's make sure we're all safe. So, reorient retrograde. This thing here is, I mean, we actually hadn't known about this one before we read the part description early in the VAB, but basically it's there to ensure that the capsule will re-enter with heat shield first. But right now we're oriented correctly, and we have RCS fuel to control our orientation. So at this point we are fine. Also our drogue chute is already armed and ready to go. And there we are hitting the atmosphere, at least as far as the game goes. Okay, it's just, it shouldn't be necessary for much longer to like have active control over our attitude here. Also, let me just check something, assuming I can find it. Oh geez, so many options. Well, I'm at least glad that you have these collapsible menus. Although, yeah, I don't think it's there anyway. So basically, something that spacecraft use to control their entry is also that they have a center of mass that's offset from the physical center. So it'll be on one side, which means it'll like angle a bit during entry. And that angle to the during re-entry means you'll get a lift force. Like if you imagine this capsule right now, okay, let's focus on the re-entry and more talking later when we're not having to fear for the life of astronauts here. Oh yeah, 15 Gs. I think someone just passed out. Yep. We did fly pretty high, and that was a pretty rough entry. Sorry there. Hopefully you'll be conscious again soon, because we do have some things to stage here. Okay, guess you need a moment. I think the G forces that crew can handle also scales with the experience they have in their level. And there goes our drogue chute. Like a proper astronaut could still have handled those Gs on re-entry. I mean, it was rough, don't get me wrong, but something that you can handle. But either way, we can stage even with them being unconscious, which is good. Like usually I would just stage everything before re-entry to begin with, that it shoots fire when they need it. In this case, you just have to stagger it because deploying the main chute will jettison the rogue chute. Oh wow, still out. Okay. It's interesting. Here we have splashdown. So let's recover this. Oop. Started bouncing there in the water. Oh boy, 99% physical memory. I mean, it's kind of... We've been streaming like 3.5 hours. But I still would really like to give the lunar probe design a go. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take a few-minute break where we reboot the game, and we'll also get some water and stuff. Because, yeah, he'll then leave. That's fine. Science. Because, yeah, booting up the game will also take a few hours, so that's a perfect opportunity to take just a very short break. And... But before we do that, I will look at the contracts available. Suborbital flight, reach 160 kilometers. So we literally already did that, and we know we can do that. But it generally sounds kind of like a... You cannot select first orbital criteria. Kind of sounds like also like a contract that's there to like grind if you're stuck achieving some of the other contracts. So at this point I'm not gonna necessarily look into that. But however, lunar flyby, hello. Can we even maybe do flyby and impactor? Because flyby means uncrewed flyby the moon within 5,000 kilometers, collect science and transmit it. Craft must have power. The impactor launch uncrewed must have power. Impactor probe must be at least 40 kilogram. Destination the moon. Altitude below 3F. Okay. Impact the moon at a speed of at least 2,450 meters a second. Yeah, but orbiter will be harder. Let's we won't try that at first. And yeah, duration, that's 3 years. So we'll look into either the flyby or even also try impact at the same time. But I won't accept these now, because only accept contracts before you actually fly them. We are learning slowly, relearning how to play this game. So now we'll restart the game, and then we will be back in a couple of minutes. Yeah. See you in a moment. And we're back, although the game's still loading. Also, had to wrestle a whole bit with the game just to close. I guess ran so close to the memory limit that the act of trying to close it then started causing problems. And yeah, give us a little time to plan. So, lunar mission. The two main things we are going to need to look out for are comms and power and avionics. I hope we have an avionics core that can hibernate, because that would be really nice at this point. For like a several-day journey to the moon and only using it when we need it, that would dramatically reduce like solar panels, power storage, whatever that we'd need. I'm also not sure, like, again, like, I'm kind of really not a fan of persistent rotation as a mod, just because you don't get a lot of options in the game to compensate for it. So, in the game, I would just like orient the spacecraft so that the solar panel is towards the sun, and then during the journey to the moon, it would always get power from the sun. But with persistent time warp, or with persistent rotation, if you have a tiny drift, and that just also means that the spacecraft will continue rotating, and that means you'll be often have to like correct all of the time, or maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but that's so far been really my experience using it also like in earlier launches in like low Earth orbit, when we tried to be really precise in killing our rotation, but then it still just immediately just drifted a lot off. Like I would have expected or wanted like a small dead zone for the rotation, that if you're like only rotating this slowly, then it'll just say like it's good enough, like it's not rotating anymore. Which on the other hand, of course, there can be occasions where you want a very slow rotation, but slow rotation. And finally loaded. I don't know, I guess I'll put it on the list of things to look into, because yeah, personally in our case it just gets in the way a lot more often than it's helpful. But yeah, so power, avionics, and comms. So we definitely need a dedicated antenna. So far we've mostly been using just the integrated antennas in like probe cores. That won't do. We'll be like about 400,000 kilometers away from the Earth, compared to just like at most 1600 like so far. Also, we have 30 science points. 30. I know we need 40 for these two. But we do have this communication upgrade. That's good. Oh, speaking of communications upgrade. We haven't upgraded this one yet, which will give us more powerful ground antennas. 80 days, no problem. That'll be done way before we can even think about launching. Now, what else could we need for a launch like this? No, we don't need that. I mean, some higher... When can we get better fuels for RCS, like... hydrazine... caviar B or whatever. Well, then... I don't know where these upgrades are. I would have expected like to get sometime pretty soon, like lunar orbiter. I'm pretty sure the lunar module RCS was using something like MMH NTO, something like that. And I don't know when they get unlocked. I guess we'll see that if we go into the VAB. That should tell us when the others get unlocked. Oh, hello. Mass and power requirements lower. I mean, if we're going to the moon, then that's a hell yes. Hell yes. So... this one is actually... tech 170. Like, this one is kind of important for, like, designing our stuff. But I don't want to wait like 170 days before even starting, so we'll just start designing and then we'll see how things go. So just to check again, requirement here, at least 2.5 kilometers a second. That should not be an issue. If I remember correctly, velocity, like if you're in a low lunar orbit, then you're at like 2.5 kilometers per second. So that's regular circular orbital velocity, and we're coming screaming in from an from a hyperbolic trajectory with like way excess velocity, so that should not be an issue at all. At least for the kilograms also won't be an issue. Like, we want to detach just a tiny bit to impact it and have a main craft, but I think it'll be hard enough getting anything functional to the moon. So it's probably not worth trying to do several things at once at this point. Like, if you've learned anything from a lot of the messes that we've been having on the stream, is that it's to try to not do too many things at once. And yeah, this is within 5,000 kilometers, which, I mean, if we have a probe with active control and communications, that's a super easy target to hit. If we had like a... Oh, and thanks for the rebels. But yeah, if we had like a dumb upper stage with like just a like solid motor that does the TLI, the translunar injection, and yeets it to the moon without a lot of control and no ability to do corrections, now that would be difficult. But I mean, it's doable. You can figure that out, but it takes a lot longer to plan, and that's why I personally don't necessarily enjoy doing it. Although I can appreciate it for its challenge that it is. Now, I mean, I kind of want to take a kind of pretty probe core this time. I don't think it makes a difference for like functioning wise, the avionics of this probe core. We don't have a deep space. We don't have deep space cores yet. That means we can't hibernate. I mean, it's possible we can still do something with this, but also let's compare just the masses. Just empty. Oh, 150 kilograms. It's actually kind of heavy, although we have a ton of EC there. Yeah, so it's a lot lighter, which it should be. 20 kilogram versus 50 something. So, can we yeet like 100 kilograms to the moon? Also, what kind of antennas do you have? Oh yeah, as expected, only UHF and VHF bands. I mean, for starters, you can be way lower powered, and then we need a dedicated antenna. So also you have idle like 2 watts. Now, an antenna, omnidirectional, 3 decibel. This one is the best antenna we have at this point. Let's see what we can figure out here with our antenna planning. So we have our primary vessel, Communitron 16. We should choose a band. Okay, yeah, Omni on the UHF. Makes sense. So we will stick with UHF bands and the omnidirectional for now, which is kind of like the moon is like on the border of where you can still use omnidirectional antennas in the UHF band. A small dish would be nice. But yeah, is there no preset for the moon? I guess not. Then let's manually select that. And I guess we get full even here, really. Oh wait, that's 400 kilometers. Never mind. We're talking 400,000 kilometers or 400 megameters. Yeah. But we will have at least tech level 1. Still we're at 0. Wow. I mean, we think we can... What? Although, did you reset this by any chance? Really? Really? So 10 megameters is fine. 100 is where things start breaking down. Okay, so we might have to increase the power some. Come over here. No, right now we're at 20 watts power for this antenna. 24. How's 24 watts? Still 0. Oop. Oh wait, you automatically update. Oh jeez, what? We can never... Oh yeah, and we're here at 80 kilowatts. I think we need higher tech level. That's so weird. Is it intended that you only can receive and not transmit? I can't imagine that. 0, 1, 2. I think in the technologies it said like level 3 somewhere, so we in theory have this unlocked. And we still can't get a signal. What? I mean, this is UHF. VHF should just be worse. Yeah. So not getting anything at 30. 313. Yeah, at the same power, it's just better UHF. Is it because you're not physically extended? No, that would have been silly. Did I make a mistake with the units? This is 400.0 megameters. Mega means million. We have, this is 400 kilometers. This is 1,000 times further away, so 400,000 kilometers, which is the distance to the moon. If I'm not completely on the wrong train right now. And it's the Communotron 16. It's the right one selected too. I guess impact time. No science back. No science back. Okay, well, in that case, that simplifies our design here. And min distance 100 megameters. We have a signal with our current settings. We can even go a bit lower. Okay, let's stick with this. Although actually, if we go, we might not have level 3 ready. Level 1, but even with level 1, we get a signal like this. Okay. So we'll do this. That's our antenna setup, and which means 20 watts of power that we need for the whole duration. Then you have an integrated antenna that I do not want you to use. disable. Or actually, we'll leave you as an always on super low. I hope we can disable it in flight. I mean, I think you should still be able to get connection near Earth. So, we had 20, like if we plan for like 30 watts or something, then we'll be like, well, there. 2 30-watt panels, which I mean, I guess we can a bit more and do some math. 3 days, 86, 240, 250. Like 3 days. I mean, that depends on our trajectory, but something like 300 to 400,000 seconds of travel time. Which means that if we like lose about like 10 watts per second, 1/100th of that, so we'd need like 4,000 EC storage. So if we have a couple thousand EC storage, that'll be nice and give us a nice safety buffer. 76, that's 13 kilograms of batteries. Let's plan for 3,000, and then if we later notice we don't have the... Oh, we also need avionics support. If we later notice we don't have the ability, the payload capacity to fly it out, then we can reduce the mass that way. Also, we want to have a little bit of adjustment on this funnel probe, I think. Although again, we only have shitty thrusters. So let's find out what happens. Oh, we don't have it as a sub. Okay, so you are... Oh wait, I think for the flyby we actually need to transmit data. So we might actually want to do the impactor instead. Quick, tell me. Flyby and transmit it, yeah. Then I'm getting really confused though. Is the antenna plan a bit screwy, or we just need to unlock more dishes that we don't have yet? I thought I read somewhere that you could still use UHF out to the moon. But maybe that's just with higher tech levels and stuff. But yeah, in that case, Lunar Impactor needs electric charge, which we're planning for, and no need to beam back stuff, and we get science points just from fulfilling the contract. We don't have to run experiments, beam them back. We just need to impact, which is why we're doing this now. So you are now the, once I'm allowed to type, I'm still not allowed to type, there we go. The Lunar Impactor. Save, and now we'll get our, I think we call it Derpus, yeah. We can now put also this rocket as a subassembly by doing this, and then we remove that payload, add the fairing back, and we add it as a subassembly, so that way we can well, we'll just do it in a moment. So now, if we go back to our Lunar Impactor thing, also I don't even know how I opened the precise editor, then we can choose this from the subassembly list here and attach it. Okay, next we will need another stage after the second stage there that will yeet us to the moon. Now, if we're having a separate yeet stage, we can make this a science core, which should mean possibly lower power requirements and lower mass. So overall, we're gonna have a much easier day. They're 13.5 kilograms or 23, which is much better. And power, what's your power? Okay, also 2 watts, so not necessarily less power, but a lot less mass, which is good. It will not give us any control. Tank better though. There are 12 kilograms total. Now that's lightweight. The solar panel is probably way more than that. Yep, 2 of these are 14 kilograms. And let's make something like that. Now, that's not a bare bones probe. Oh, actually, remember saying like, oh yeah, the 40 kilogram limit won't be relevant? Now it is. On the plus side, it just means we'll pack some more EC in there. Now, we want to make sure that we're not suffering here from a rounding error. So let's get like 41 kilograms here or something, so that we know for sure we will get that contract. 20 watts, you produced 40 watts, so literally twice as much power are we producing than we need, which is also a bit silly, but also, yeah, we have extra mass anyway. So, next, a small decoupler, very small. This one. 0 force, please. And then here we want a very lightweight structure, so we'll also with fuel we'll probably need to use nitrous oxide or something, which is a good time to check the fuel mixtures. Oh yeah, which is exactly what we wanted to do earlier. LACTEC, early docking procedures. That sounds like it's a bit off for us. HTP, LACTEC for hydrazine, docking and crew transfer. I think nitrous oxide is still our best bet at this point. Definitely the best specific impulse. Maybe we'll make a kick stage with another Kerolox engine then after all. Just a tiny one. Not an early HA10. No. I mean, we could do an Aero B. Well, it's not Kerolox what I've been talking about, but it's a lot higher ISP than any of the small thruster fuels we have available at this point. Like, these engines are generally pretty heavy. Okay, these thrusters. I mean, we can... I think this is the point where we'll do a bit of a comparison. But I'm just gonna guess that we'll end up with an Aero B. No. HP, probably. Nitrous oxide. And just... Okay, you're already set. Now, what would you do for us? we would be close to 200 kilos for 650 meters a second. Like, we would need 3.2 kilometers per second delta V, which I think we're seeing is not gonna happen with this fuel. We could potentially, like, I think we'll have a small tank of nitrous oxide for fine adjustments, since we do want an impactor mission. So we want some RCS, but we won't use these thrusters. Now, which also means, let's copy that. What tank type do we need for aerobie? What fuels do you use? Aniline, nitrogen, but 226 seconds. It's a pretty shitty ISP. So ISP is specific impulse, or really the fuel efficiency of an engine. And it's very, very, very important for the performance of a rocket. Also, why am I not seeing any delta V here? I thought I put fuel in it. What? Do you need to be high pressurized? Okay. See, now we're getting somewhere. Although, of course, we're vastly surpassing the burn time of this nice little engine. And we're getting into the 2-ton payload area. Oh, wait, we still have a lot of dead weight here. Like, a lot. That makes everything so much easier. So yeah, we can do this with our launch budget, with our new launch vehicle. Yes! Now, how do I want this tank? I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fit you with the decoupler, make that like this, something like that. And wow, you cut in a lot. Are you even the lightest? Yeah, they're the lightest ones. I think this is the time where we do custom RCS again. Here. For here, and then a few for rotation. Sure. And this, 2 of these, 4 of these. So we have, I mean, it's gonna be crappy, but we'll have some. Oh, but we do also, okay. So we'll add a couple more here that we can use to thrust forward. And I forgot to set the fuel type before setting all that up, so now I have the pleasure to set all of these up individually. And to be able to worry about having missed anyone. Okay. Also, how much of this fuel do we have? 5,000 units. How much do you burn? You don't say. But you should say. Yeah, 8 per second. How much mass is it? That's really 10 kilograms. So that's not a lot. But it should be enough for some fine adjustments. Oh, avionics. I almost completely forgot avionics, since we have a science core up here. Why do we even have a science core if we're just sending a dumb payload? It's fine. Avionics. So this one needs to be near Earth, early avionics, and it's gonna have to be like close to 2 tons. Where are we? 1.3 and diameter way down. Okay, I guess it's just pretty big. Also over 100 kilograms. Okay, this... Oof. Massive chunker. Well... maybe we'll just need to up the diameter of a lot of these. How about this? You don't need really any EC. I set 0. Well, I guess that's the smallest it can do. Whoop. Okay, so right now we're at 3.2. Again, although we're over the rated burn time, and now we have so many aerobies, we will have to consider some failing. Eight. How about 8? Now our burn time is barely under the rated burn time, but we also have a very high chance of at least one failing, if not more than one. If we add another one, that'll help some. But we also still need a bit more delta V. Something like this. Now we are a bit under the rated burn time, which is good because any engine that fails will increase the duration that the burn will do. Hang on, I just realized a fatal mistake in this whole plan. And that's that an engine failure also means we'll have a massive shift in, like, our probe will just spiral out of control. Now we could angle them so they're more through the center of mass, but the center of mass will change during the flight. Do we really just have to use an AJ-10 after all? I mean, it's horrible, but I'll take 78% ignition chance over the horrible mess that this would be. Now this one is, I mean, it's 50% heavier than the AJ-10, but it's at least somewhat in the right mass class. Mass class, not to confuse with maths class. Then again, like, even our RD-0105 is in that mass class with, like, way better ISP. I mean, this would be extremely silly to do. Extremely, extremely silly. I can't emphasize how silly this would be. But let's just assemble this. Like, we have way more delta V than we need this way, and it's a lot more reliable than the AJ-10, and the mass is easily within our launch capability. So as silly as it is, it's still not as silly as aerobee spamming. Just for cosmetics, I will move these out to here. You can go a bit further here. Now, this whole thing with the avionics still looks horrible. What do we do about it? I do kind of like this round structure of the tank down there. I don't think I can change just the top. I guess we'll... Oop. I I guess we'll just make this after all. Okay, the engine is bigger anyway. Doesn't really matter. How much delta V do we want to give this? Like, we have an incredible thrust to weight ratio. And I'm not sure. Actually, we might have flight planning with our tracking station upgrade. So we can plan this properly. This burn. Basically, like, simply shutting off the engine in flight at the right time is not something you can do when you're dealing with thrust weight ratio of 13, or in other words, 130 meters per second. That's a lot of acceleration. Now I'll increase this fuel available here, just because it's what allows us. It will allow us to do fine corrections, which, especially with an oversized engine like this, will be more important than otherwise. I guess just have it uniform. We'll make this the diameter and a bit extra. We can plan around having a bit too much, less so with not enough. Okay, so this is our stage that will be in low Earth orbit, depart to the moon, adjust its trajectory, and then impact. We have an antenna on board, and we even have power. I'm not even sure power is a requirement. Let's read up on the contract requirements again. Complete all of the following. Launch, uncrewed, must have power. Will have power. I think we even carry like a fuck ton of electric charge. Yeah, 5,400 with 20 watts. 50, yeah. I'll probably spin it up just to be sure. Power, impact a probe at least 40 kilograms. We specifically made it 41. Vessel state destination, the moon, at least that velocity. Yep. So what we have here should be capable of fulfilling the contract. And what we have here fits in the fairing, and we don't have enough delta V to launch this. Why can't we launch this? Probably because staging is all messed up. You? Okay, 3, 2, what about you? What is our upper stage doing? 3. Oh, I think because no, this is our root part. Well, now I am confused. Engine ignition, decouple, and I mean all the RCS can go into one here. Let's start at the bottom. Main engine ignition, side boosters, side booster jettison. Then here our second stage. I did something to make it. There's the setting. 4 minutes. Oh, did I use the wrong tank or fuel or something? Like, I'm pretty sure. Oh, there's crossfeed. Crossfeed broke it. There we go. Now we have 14 kilometers per second, which sounds good. Oh god, we could even try... Oh yeah, let's not worry about that. I mean, in that case, we have a whole bunch of extra delta V. We can stretch this a little bit more. It won't really change much of the cost at all, and it'll give us just a bit more, yeah, just a bit more of a buffer and more options. And don't let the message that we're overmassed distract you. That's because it's planning for the wrong launch pad. We are at 143 tons, which is well within our margins. Okay, now comes the expensive part. Tooling, which we haven't done for this rocket at all, which is why it's gonna be so expensive. So, the probe core. Procedural tank. Avionics. Procedural tank, avionics. So many avionics in here. Modular tanks. And of course the big tanks. About 40k each. So we're gonna pay like 100k just to tool this rocket, basically. And it's gonna make it all cost 11,666 funds. Nice. And still take 400 days to build. Wowzers. And integration roller cost 14,000, which is more than the build cost for the physical rocket itself. It was like 25,000 all in all to launch. Okay, tool all. 138,000 funds. Yikes. But it's now tooled. And it looks like... Okay, now it's time for a test launch. We have not simulated this at all, if that even works with the silly side boosters. So let's do that. If we have to remove the side boost... No, then we don't have TWR to launch. We'll need some side boosters. But we'll figure something out. Can we just physically make them smaller? That'd be more efficient as well. So now first save this. Simulate. Ooh. Now we'll be nowhere near an actual launch window. Actually? No. We'll have a launch window twice a day for the moon. I mean, it depends what the time, what's it called? Structure that holds the rocket. Launch clamp or something. What resources that'll give us. Also, Principia will be relevant, very relevant now. Plotting that trajectory once we're in orbit, of course. Oh yeah, one issue with our plan is that we might not have trajectory planning unlocked yet. I think we need to wait for the upgrade of our tracking station for that. So we'll actually have to exit the simulation and time warp forward a couple dozen days. I think it was like 50 or 60 days or something to build. Okay, so exit here. I'll be very interested how that launch trajectory will look with those side boosters. Now, I'm guessing it won't be as bad as with our other high TWR silly rocket, just because it's only for like a very short time before the side boosters drop off, and then it'll be much more reasonable. But yeah, it'll impact their launch trajectory for sure. For sure. And yeah, the basic avionics and probes. I'm just gonna check if that's also including first deep space probes, because that would be so good. Deep space avionics, yes. So that'll also be an option. Now, you are literally called Lunar Range Comms, and you offer this antenna. So this should be possible. It should be possible to make the communications work. Maybe we'll also fiddle around with that off stream, which is like literally just looking at numbers. Also, while we're here, we can upgrade it again. There we go. Now we can patch conics visible. I mean, I hope we'll have flight planning now. It's not what I wanted. I definitely feel like I should have flight planning now. I mean, I could also, like, this is the point where you can literally still, like, calculate things yourself if need be, but that's a whole different rabbit hole. I wonder why. Like, if there's another possible reason for the flight planning menu not having appeared, maybe because we're right now on a planet, but I don't know. We'll see. We need to also verify this can launch to orbit to begin with. This is an untested rocket design, so that's worth a simulation anyway, and then we'll see if the upper stage performs as we want it to. We might want to add some insulation layers for the upper stage. I will make a note of that. Just because it's a cryogenic stage with like liquid oxygen and kerosene, and it'll be in orbit for like potentially hours before it's used. Okay, so now what reference frame are we in here? What reference frame is this? Ah, it was surface. That makes sense. This is the orbit of the moon, which means our launch opportunity is in about 8 hours. But of course, if I activate the pumps and stuff, we'll fuel up our side boosters, which should not be fueled up. I mean, 8 hours, 25,000. Yeah, no. For this test launch, we'll just launch to an altitude of 400 kilometers per second. We don't need to worry about launching into the right orbit at this point. So what would be a parking orbit we want to launch in? It should be pretty low. Let's try to just not be too low just because of the difficulty for the orbit. So let's try for a 250 kilometer orbit. With this vehicle, we definitely want to avoid a coast period. We have long burn times. That should work. Stop at stage 2 is fine. Our staging here, engines, decouple, side booster jettison, and then second stage. We might want the RCS a bit earlier in case we need to. But no, we stage right into the second stage. This is fine. Stage 2. 45, just a bit later. Okay, engage. You have a solution. Excellent. And yeah, very easy. We'll have 1 point. Oh, we'll solve that. But we should have some delta V left. Triple engine ignition. And there we go. Nice. Oh, I love this. The sound of engines. Ah. Oh, I already... I forgot to attach solid rocket motors for the booster separation. So this should be a very fun explosion here in a moment. Oh dear. And MacJab was calculating with like fully fueled boosters, which is throwing its calculations off. Which is also interesting to know, but not much we can do about that. Okay, now about 10 seconds until the boosters will separate and crash into the rocket and destroy everything. Oh dear. Okay, it's 10 very slow seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and... Oh, wow. We survived. Also, MacJab is having issues. Okay, it caught itself again. The rocket's so silly. Fuck yeah. Rocket's so silly it confuses MacJab. Okay, we can time warp a bit ahead now. Like, these will be much longer burns than we had so far. Like the first stage alone is like 5 minutes, and then 7-minute upper stage burn. That's also a very interesting launch trajectory you plotted there. Although again, like, MacJab got confused. So it's fine if things are a bit off now. That's a pretty horrible trajectory, if I'm honest. But hey, we're that's why you have an overpowered launch vehicle, right? To have silly launch trajectories that are incredibly inefficient. Honestly, maybe a manual launch would be more efficient here. That'd be funny, flying the first bit manual and then turning on MacJab later. Okay, bit over 1 minute left in our first stage here. Good 4 minutes into the launch. 20 seconds until stage separation. Let's use the time warp. Sometimes I feel like announcer during a webcast of a real rocket launch, and then I'm like, and now let's just at the time warp. And there we have a successful second stage ignition. The fairings. Why are the fairings not decoupling? Dynamic pressure should be way below the threshold. Yep. Altitude. There we go. Must have been the thermal load. And we need to increase the... Oh no, it's clipping through the engine. No, it's tanks. Why are these tanks there? They keep floating around. Okay. Wow. I mean, that's a way of messing things up. Wow. Those tanks always changing their location. Yeah, they're just fully stuck in there. Okay. We will stop this. Oh, actually, no, this should... And we will time warp out. Okay. So with time warp, we got it unstuck. We just wanna... Whoop. Boink. We do wanna validate this upper stage here, right? So... we don't have RCS control because the staging is being silly again. I think I can fix it with this. I mean, it says enabled now, but I don't have control. Oh. So these work, but not these up there. Maybe we set them up wrong? 144. They should be the right fuel. I don't know why they're not working, to be honest. They're even literally on the fuel tank, sitting right on there. Show actuation toggles. We are also enabled. That's so weird. But only the forward ones work. Hang on, we have no attitude control. Are we over our mass limit here for the stage? Avionics 1.29. Yep. We stretched the second stage after we set up the avionics and we didn't cross-check it. So that's 3 issues / things to improve found already. Okay, let's just have some fun and fire it anyway. Whee! That acceleration. And then once we have control, we will... Oh, orient prograde. Just burn it to depletion. Oh, we can time warp here. Even though we're at thrust to weight ratio of over 6, 7. There we go. And then is the point where we have 16 meters per second left in delta V with these thrusters, which is not a lot. Oh yeah, and the other thing we wanted to see was flight planning. We can create flight plans now. I think that's everything on our checklist we had there. So now let's make those changes since this was a simulation. And then we could even try a simulation actually to impact the moon. It would kind of be exciting doing it the first time for real on an actual launch. Like, we just validate things. Oh no, we do want to also check with the flight planning and everything that it works. Okay, so these silly tanks, I swear. You know what? I like the aesthetic idea of having these spherical tanks around, but they're just causing problems constantly, so I'm gonna put them linearly in the stack here. I am done with these. Integral, probably, and high pressurized. Yep. Int HP 2.2 and small, very small. Ends and nitrous oxide, and we had how much? 1300 times 3, so like 4000 something. So yeah, we're literally talking like 12 millimeters thickness here. It's getting hard to even select here. That's how thin it is. And yeah, 4,200, couple kilograms, that's fine. I'll make you a tad bigger. And then we check the avionics. There they are. 0.405. Yeah. Okay, we're still at, we're at 3.6 kilometers per second. Vacuum delta V, which is way enough. And now staging will be all messed up again. Rechoice. Yeah, why did these thrusters not... Oh, they didn't work because of the avionics. We figured that one out. Communotron... what if we disable that? Can we still enable it in flight? I'm not sure. We'll leave it enabled. It worked out fine earlier, and I'm not going to change that. Okay, so avionics, check. Sphere tank locations, fix that. Installation layers for our upper stage. How much will you weigh? Okay, this will make barely any difference for our delta V here, so I'm going to add a few layers. And I mean, you can... Wait, do you not have the option? Oh, because you're conventional. Oh no, we tooled a conventional tank up here in the second stage. I mean, what does retooling it cost? We're talking 2.2 by 1.96. And procedural tank integral cost us 13,000 to tool. I think the penalty would be 150 kilograms lighter. It's like almost like 10% of our payload capacity, which is kind of a lot. I mean, I guess we'll bite the bullet on that. I mean, I would never have tooled this conventional tank if I'd realized it. Yeah. Before I do that, what was the burn time we had here? 7 minutes 18 seconds. Oh, actually, we had that funky little design going on there. This one. 723. It's a case of we can make it smaller because... or screw it, we'll keep it at the same dimensions, then will be a fraction above 2 layers. Okay. And move that. And then we'll have a revamped upper stage as well. Though we didn't plan to do that. Apart from right now where we did. No, I think that I accidentally made that a single one. Boop. You're 3. Okay. Avionics. Our second stage avionics, okay. Yes. Our third stage avionics, okay. Yes. Check and check. And first stage avionics also check. Oh, right, wait, with fairing halves, those are 200 kilograms. Still avionics check for second stage. Okay. Avionics, tanks, layers. The fairings getting stuck was an issue earlier. Avionics, yep. I think we're ready for another simulation. That is fine. Booster staging should be fine. Okay. We check the avionics at the very end. The mass is fine. And everything else we don't know about yet if it will work is what we'll want to test. Okay. Getting close to 5 hours of streaming again. But today we finally did a bunch of the things we were talking about. Like we're getting close to the lunar missions. And we had 2 crew launches. Yeah, definitely orbital with the Mercury capsule mass-wise should work out with this launch vehicle. So, and we validated the launch vehicle to be able to get into orbit. Well, I guess the second stage had insufficient avionics, but like delta V wise and the early ascent phase, all that worked out. So we can put crew on it. Abort modes is something we should maybe think about more. But yeah, let's have another epic simulation. Oh no, not manually. Enable autopilot. Our orbit parameters should still be the exact same. Fixed coast 0. Yep. Let's go. Engines roaring to life. Yeah, and just lifting off with a thrust to weight ratio of 1.8 or something. It's wild. Just jumps off the pad. Oh yeah, separation motors. I didn't even make a note of it, but I do think we want to add them. Oh no, I missed the separation because I was writing a note. But it looks like it went fine again. I mean, I guess if it works... blah. You know the saying, like... if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There we go. That took a while to remember. Okay, let's add more time warp. Got 4 minutes left in this burn here. ending the stream with a successful lunar launch, like after the simulation, doing it as an actual launch. That would be pretty epic. But yeah, the antennas, I'm still so confused. The antennas should work. Okay, also making a note. Communications. So weird. They are in the lunar comms node, so it should work. And we tried like literally ramping up the power to like... Oh wow. Tank is getting hot there. Interesting. Like we ramped the power full tilt until it was like 18 kilowatts. Fairings, go. And second stage is now go. Perfect. And we time warped through all of that like a boss. But hey, it worked. And we're gonna have a kilometer per second delta V left over on this stage. That gets us to orbit. Which, if we planned our launch time well, we could actually make use of that to reduce our injection velocity. Like we have a bunch of margins here for making our payloads bigger. Like at this point we're gonna waste like 1.4 kilometers per second delta V on a mission to the moon. But yeah, we are only wanting to yeet a 41 kilogram probe there, so. Okay, 3.5 minutes to go here. 4x time warp still ahead. And yeah, this is also like, in past streams we talked about how fast our launches were always going. Now we're 10 minutes into the flight. Oops. And we're still not even in orbit yet. Close though, but yeah. Like this is a much more normal time to orbit, and also... Well, I was gonna say launch trajectory apart from the initial silliness. Okay, time warp is off. Also, because our launch trajectory here, especially towards the end, is so much more reasonable, it's also so much more accurate. Here, we're off by very little. Of course, it's also all the in-game patch conics. Anyway. So now we're in this orbit, and we're not gonna try and get to the moon specifically. I guess we wanted to try that, but no, we didn't do it. We'll just try and get very accurately out to 400,000 kilometers, which is the distance that the moon is at, roughly. So, prograde and fuel settle and ignite, and then we'll see how our fine adjustments are working out, which to truly test it, we would need to test it like while planning the path to the moon specifically, but we can still get a bit of a feel here. Oops, I shouldn't. Okay. Let's keep an eye here. So 800, 100,000, 200, 300, and now we overshot by 80 kilometers. Oh yeah, another thing we wanted to do with flight planning was just angling ourselves and doing the full burn. That's right. I completely forgot about that. Okay, so let's just do that. But so this worked out perfectly. I don't think we need to adjust anything. We can just build this right now. And don't worry about the trajectory planning. It'll be too complicated trying to explain just in words. You'll see it when we do it. Flight planning in general will be a whole new world, especially with Principia, because you have to plan also with like different frames of reference, and then the n-body physics coming into play, and it's a whole thing. Okay, so the only thing left here was possibly adding separation motors, but we didn't need them in 2 simulations, so if we don't change anything, it'll be fine. Okay, procedural probe core, Combinatron. Yeah, sure, we'll buy that. And tooling is done, I believe. Oh no, it's not. Oh, roll back. Roll back the building. Right, the avionics, because we stretched it a little. And the tank we added. And the tiny tank we added, which... Tooling that is extremely silly. Like a 2.2 meters by 12 millimeters tank. That's silly, but it'll also help reduce the build time. So we'll just do this. Now we build it. $400 days. And yeah, I mean, I'll just let the weather sets gather in the storage. And I'm even gonna add some more other sets we can launch in the meantime. Like, we won't launch all of these right now. For the end of the stream, we'll just focus on this, but we'll just keep the build queue busy, that we have a couple of launches we can then do. Okay, so now we need to wait for it to build, and then we need to check when a good launch window is and time that... Oh, staging. I mean, I don't think we changed anything, so it should be fine. Also very important that this decoupler is at 0% force. No, this should all be fine. Okay. Let's do the time warp. Maybe I should start building a second one already. Just in case it doesn't work out, can always scrap it. But 400 days... Although, to be fair, while 400 days is a long time for a contract, the deadline should also be long. Yeah, it's 900. So literally, even if we only build one at a time after another, we get 3 attempts in total. The first one we built, we'll accept the contract when we fly that one, and then we'll have 900 something days. So, also tracking station upgrades. Can we build another one? I mean, if we can, I totally will. Like, as we've seen, communications are a big issue. Costs 100,000 now. What would you cost? Ooh. I mean, we're gonna want this one soon. And you... Okay, 3.5 million. Well, that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Also, I guess the other possible thing is launch pad, 350 tons, 250,000. Not at this point. Requires interplanetary comms. Okay. Basic avionic and probes. New tech. Like it. But yeah, it does mean we're now fully spec'd out in terms of communications. And yeah. If we don't forget, we'll take a look at it between streams, see if we can figure out how to make the comms work. It's also like a lot of these systems are incredibly in-depth. The whole antenna mod, real antennas, like all these different frequency bands, and then the power you put in, and yeah, it's a whole thing for sure. And also, again, like a lot of these systems are so complicated, it would be hard to fully explain everything we do while we do it. But we will try to, at least over time, like explain more and more. Okay. we have our lunar impactor rocket. A month for rollout? What the hell? Should I? Oh, I can't build a second one from here. I'm just gonna queue another one though. I mean, knowing us, it'll be necessary. Okay, it's on the launch pad. Next step in the plan is to find our launch window and time warp forward towards it, which we really eyeball, but there's some rule of thumbs that should get us pretty close at least. So one issue is that the moon is inclined compared to the Earth. Let's get our Principia up here. So the moon here is at this inclination. This is with the Earth, like the poles are straight up and down. Compared to this plane, the moon is inclined that way. Now, that's a problem because we are not here. Okay, here in the shadow. But we are like not at the equator, but at like 23-odd degrees up or something like that. Now the problem with that is that it makes it hard to launch into the plane of the moon. But it is possible in... Wait, did I say in the past every 12 hours? It should be once a day. And that's when we are, if you see the... Here, this gray line of the moon's orbit. If we are on that line, and because we are here up in this area of the Earth, like when the Earth rotates, we rotate around in a circle like this. That means we want to be here on the right side of that circle. So we want to be here, which right now is, yeah. And so it's a bunch of eyeballing, but we need to fast forward time a couple hours until we're about here. And I'll just check it again because it can be like really fiddly. Like we want to look through here with the moon orbital plane like this. Yeah, like this should be roughly right. Like it's not perfect. It not being 100% perfect is okay. Some minor adjustments we can deal with. But like this will at least launch into an orbital plane like this. And then we can, from that orbit, with our maneuver, that'll lead us to the moon, adjust things a bit further. Which is also one of the reasons we have a bit of RCS on board for like fine adjustments. Like we can... Yeah, I shouldn't explain too much in advance, but we will now launch this. We have a rollout, we can launch now. Okay, also before I do that, we have a ton of messages here. Crude speed record, altitude from our last flight here, altitude, past the Kármán line, vessels, there we go. Now, I'm not sure if MechJab has any help for like launching into a lunar orbit like that. I feel like... Okay, I think the cat wants to go outside. Once it's loaded, I'll pause. Or does he just want to cuddle? No, I'm pretty sure he wants to leave. Okay, so come on, load so I can pause you. I guess these seconds don't matter. Back in a moment. Well, as you can maybe see, cat did not actually want to go outside. Okay, well, with a cat on my lap, what could possibly go wrong in this launch? Okay, so 250, sure. Current, yes. Fixed coast length. Auto stage or staging is fine. I think we're ready to launch. Let's just look at the map for a quick sanity check. Ooh, chuck. Yep. The moon is there. Yeah, it's not perfect. We might want to wait a little more maybe, but it's gonna be close enough. It's gonna be close enough. We can work with this. So let's launch this. Looking good. Let's go. Oh, and we have an engine failure. I thought they were disabled on the launch pad, or maybe they're disabled with launch clamps. So we need to... I don't know what to do at this point. Which means I will do a quick save. Then I'll press recover. And then we'll see... so I guess recover to VIB? I don't know. But it's the other option that we haven't tried before. I guess adding launch clamps goes on our list. Oh boy. Well, that launch ended way sooner than I was hoping for. Oh boy. No. Okay, yeah. It's being recovered now. So let's wait another month for that. Then we can add more launch clamps. And then we can spend another month rolling it out again. Wow. Honestly, I should have let the engines burn without detaching. That way we would have gotten flight data for them, which would have made them more reliable for the next launch. That was basically a free engine test that I could have had. I'm gonna try to remember that for future launches in the launchpad, for future failures on the launchpad. But then again, we'll try to just always have launch clamps there, so it probably just won't happen again. There we go. And with this, our flight attempt just now should have worked. Why is our Delta V all messed up? Okay, mech chip is fine. So we're fine. 1 hour and 11 minutes. Engine efficiency, launching and landing at the same time. But one thing this showcased is exactly the reason why you spool up your engines completely before you detach the launch clamps. This is why. So you can say, nope, I am not launching today. And technically we need to change the other lunar impactor also. I'm not gonna do that now. Here 1 hour and then 30. I mean, it's honestly like, couldn't you just have added the launch clamps while it was out at the pad? But I guess fair is fair. Like rocket fueling, cryogenic fuels, everything. There's a lot going on in a rocket launch. And there's a reason. You don't... Okay. Now we need to check our launch window again, which is a bit annoying. Oh, also we forgot to actually accept the contract. Wow, would I have been mad? Would I have been mad if I had launched and done the impactor and then it was all for nothing? I think at that point I would just have cheat completed the contract or something. Okay, now, again. You know the spiel. And we are there. But we need to be over there. Now that's pretty good. Now accept the contract. Should we just accept the... No, we should not accept the flyby contract. Just in case we can make the comms work. I mean, if they happen to work, that's great. And we can transmit the telemetry at least, but not gonna risk failing a contract for this. So, lunar impactor. Let's go over it again. It's still 40 kilograms. For power, we planned impacting at the speed. We should be able to do this. Okay. Then let's launch. We are at our launch window. We accepted the contract. I'm gonna look on the checklist just to be sure. Contract requirements, we just went over them. That, inclination of orbit, we planned for that. No crew. We tested all the engines in RCS. Science, we don't care about for a change. Power, comms, GNC. Yep, notes. I think we're good. Now, this time, I think it's literally impossible game-wise to get a launch pad ignition failure. It would have been such a beautiful dawn launch. Let's see what time of day it is now. Middle of the night launch. But yeah, it's here we can't be choosers for launch time. Also, okay, check everything again. 250 by 250. Current inclination. Coast length 0. Our staging is fine. Stop at stage 2. Stop at stage 2. Engage. And 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. Okay. Oh, whoa, 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 what? What? I think the launch clamps were asymmetric because literally we had no engine failures, and just it must have been the staggered launch clamps. Like if we had an engine failure, I also checked the boosters, the fuel had the same, so there was no reason for us to have asymmetric thrust. But if one of the launch clamps like let go a little bit later than the other one, that can make a massive difference, and I think that's what happened there. Like I watched the engines, the symbols would have been either orange or red if they had a malfunction. So what we'll do now is disengage the 2 side clamps first and then the middle one. And that should help. And I mean, yeah, we also saw like the engines were ignited, all of them. There's no other reason for the rocket to flip over that dramatically. So the 2 of you go there. Now let's try this again. None of these settings should have been changed. Should actually enable mech check. We were wobbling, and it's something with like being clipping into parts or something. It's a clipping issue. I think the sides of the launch clamps either clip into the rocket engines or into each other with the launch clamps or something like that. Man. I guess we'll have to spend another 2 months waiting for this issue. Roll back, edit, roll out again. Hang on. I did make a quick save earlier. I don't remember exactly when, so I probably don't want to risk using it. But either way, recover to VIB. I made a quick save 11 minutes ago. I mean, it sounds about right. But man, I guess I should have simulated. But I didn't expect bugs, which I think is also fair to not assume. Another thing I can do is just give myself a couple 10,000 funds for all the cost and time and maintenance cost, whatever. We also we have the contract active now. Like we're under the deadline, and we have to spend so much time fixing this. So I'll make a quick save or a proper save now while it's not rolled out. Oh man. Once again, trying to make the last launch in a stream/day workout being made difficult. At least I have a cat. That is some comfort. Wow, what? Why were they even selected already when I... That is so weird. I mean, I Control Z. What even is happening? Okay, I will just reload the whole thing. Now, here the launch clamps are clipping into each other. This will look extremely silly, but I think you have 3 meters, yeah. I'm just gonna have to use smaller launch clamps for these. And another thing I will do is I will move them all visually down. Now let's do a quick simulation, since that takes so much less time than setting up the transfer window and everything. And it will literally cost nothing and take 0 time to change. It would have been kinda cool if the launch failure was just tipping over and crashing instantly, was like an actual failure happening, like ignition successful like it should be, but then engine failure and then asymmetrical thrust. That would have been funny. But yeah, this is just bugland we're entering, so bugs are revert worthy, engine failures are not. Almost there. Now, oh, forgot to set up the staging. Why? Why? Hang on. Is there a wrong engine mounted somewhere? In which case, how could that possibly happen? Are the boosters, is the symmetry broken? Like they're both RD-107s. And they have the same... What is happening? Okay, I am deleting all of you. Then I am moving you out a bit. Then I will check engine configs, even though we should not have any different configs here. RD-107 8D74. Yep. That's those engines. And it's 1 meganewton of thrust and 1 meganewton of thrust, and you're the 108 in the middle. Is it a physics bug with fairings? Clipping into something causing huge phantom forces? I can't imagine. What even is going on? Okay, I will just take new launch clamps. See if that helps. If that doesn't help, then I'm simulating without launch clamps, which might be a bit of a risky launch there. But something is very fishy. Very, very fishy. Like here. 2 RD107, 1 RD108. And they ramp up, they work. They don't show any failures. Okay, we'll also look in the pop-up menu of the engines what their thrust levels are. Man. We could already be by the moon, at the moon by now, without all these bugs. Cat is lying back down on the floor again. This is basically the reason we just get fed up with Kerbal Space Program after some time and just need a long break, because yeah, as nice as it is, there's also a lot of issues that just eat up a lot of time between then all the long loading times and everything. Like having to fix some issues is one thing. Having to fix issues while doing anything takes forever is another. And like, you don't see all the amount of time we've already spent in the past. Fix. Okay. It might have been resource pump running that filled up one of the tanks. That might have been the issue. But no, it wouldn't have had a lot of time doing that. Like there. Thrust. Hang on. One of them has only 50% thrust. I think the engine is bugged. It literally just has half thrust, even though we have no engine failures. I think that the physical... Oh no. I know what's wrong. Oh my god. It's the... Wow. From the... So remember the failure we had on the pad and we reverted? Yeah. Apparently the game permanently saves that change in thrust. And I guess just literally taking it off and putting it on again could fix that. I mean, on one level it makes sense that you need to like replace an engine, but the game literally doesn't tell you, or if it does, I don't know where, that something's wrong. Like all the stats in the VAB are fine. If you're in flight, it doesn't show you a failure like it should. Okay, so remove you. And add a new. And mirror. And launch clamps. $40 days build time for this change. Swapping in your engines. I mean, that's fair. But first simulate. Verify that was the actual issue. I mean, it's kind of a cool feature, but it not being communicated is just horrible. That makes it feel, or it might literally be a bug. And if not, then it feels a lot like one. Turns out, even with rockets, communication is key. Okay, so let's do a quick verification. There, left engine full thrust, right engine full thrust, and now we'll launch straight. That was it. Okay. Simulation. Doesn't matter. Whew. Well, at least we figured it out now. Only probably cost us like half an hour or something. Now it's down to 5 days doing this change. I don't trust you. I do not trust you. I really do not. So we'll do this again. And then we will save. And, well, then we'll fix our staging, and then we will save. And save the edits. And then launch it for real. Jeez. All these headaches from not having added the launch clamps to begin with. Because they... Although, I guess it wasn't an ignition failure, it was a performance loss. Now I wonder if that counts under the hood as a kind of ignition failure, like one of the failures at ignition can be that you have a performance loss. I don't know. So much time down the drain. Seriously. Okay, well, we should be able to get off the pad with this one at least. Okay, launch window. Same as usual. It's also, this is something you just do a lot. The fitting your launch inclination, or well, your orbital plane into the plane of the moon's orbit, because as it turns out, the orbital plane of the moon is also pretty much the ecliptic. So like the plane where most things in the solar system are. So if you want to launch to any other planet, you generally, or for most planets, you also then want to be in this plane. So you do this a lot. We're actually pretty close to a launch window, but I think we're just a bit behind it. We might just need to warp ahead there a while. Because we are... Wait, where are we? There. Yeah, no. We need to be about here. About at the Terminator. Let's check. Again. And yeah, so... yep. No, this is better. So let's do that. And oh wait. One thing I forgot about launch windows. We actually want to be or hang on. Am I getting confused here? So can we do the corrections enough? So usually what we do is we wait for the moon to also be in a position so that it'll be here, also like in this basically in the equatorial plane of the Earth. But that might just be for like when you launch. I mean, if we launch here into this plane, we should be fine. If not, I will be very upset with myself very soon and will plan a launch window that only happens like twice a month for the next launch. I mean, if nothing else, we'll have an opportunity to try out communications and whatnot. Yeah, so I was thinking about a lot of orbital mechanics stuff in my head there. But basically, if the moon is in such an inclined plane and like you were to launch in an equatorial orbit around Earth, then you still have some intersections. And if you time it right, and if the moon is either just coming down here, you can intercept it there, or when it then comes back up here. So at these 2 points, even if your inclination is way off, you can still meet the moon. And I'm pretty sure I remember that usually when we do lunar missions, we wait for these launch windows. But on the other hand, with the inclination we are launching into right now from the Cape, it's not perfect. It's a bit short, but it's very close to the inclination of the moon. So I'm thinking to myself that we should be able to intercept the moon from that orbit we're about to launch into right now. And I forgot to do a thing, which I will make a short note of. And that's to disable the clamps refueling. So whoop-a-doop-a-doo. Stop. 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 Perfect. We're also using like 1 kilowatt of power. 1 kilowatt and 70 watts. Okay. We're at our window at least to get into the orbital plane. We are here. We will launch. It'll be a bit off, but we have hundreds of meters of second delta V extra. Let's try this again. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. The first real flight for this rocket that we simulated before only. First real flight of the Derpoos. Okay, we activated the autopilot. And we're pitching over. Yeah, also nighttime launch now, but again, can't like choose. Yes. Safe booster separation. And this is the time where we start time warping a whole lot. Okay, we have a moment, so let's check our staging. Decouple, ignite, and RCS is fine. After that, the fairings looks okay. So one other thing is the time, if we launch here, will actually be pretty much immediately going into translunar injection. We could just let our upper stage burn and give us extra delta V. Okay, that will mess with our plans for how we'll do the maneuver though. Let's not do that. A little bit of heating again. But it should be fine now. Yep. Oh, time warp. And we have stage separation incoming. That looks like a successful ignition to me. And it is no engine failure at this point. Now what's our heating level here? I'm not sure. No, that must be a different thing. Also, it's watts per kilogram. That's what it's not what we're looking for. I was just trying to look up where, like here, the stage fairing has conditions for pressure, altitude, and heating. And I was wondering if far shows you the heating, but I don't think this value, whatever this is that. Okay, 4 minutes in orbit on left. Or well, less than that. We're not gonna have a full second stage burn here. We are getting close to reaching orbit. Or I guess 1.5 minutes more. Only a thrust to weight ratio of 1 at this point. Okay. Yeah, our upper stage is very well sized for this vehicle. Also, whoa, it's not the button I wanted to press. We're about to finish orbit insertion here. Looking good so far. And we are in orbit. Okay. Now the fun part begins. And that's maneuver planning. So now we're here in orbit and the moon is there. Now we want to plot a trajectory that goes to meet the moon. In the time it takes for us to get there, the moon will also have moved some. So it might be over here. So we'll now have to plan a trajectory that leaves here on that end, because then our ellipsis will extend to there. So that's, yeah, we'll have to wait for one orbit for that. No. Plan length. Let's start out with that. Yes, that's okay. Add maneuver. Okay, ascent guidance can go now. We need some space here to work through maneuver. Maneuver 1. T initial. There's our visual indicator. It's here right now. Basically, I'm delaying this maneuver to be at a point where it should be about right to meet the moon, which is close to a full orbit later. And then we'll add a whole bunch of delta V, mostly prograde. And now you see we're pretty close, but not quite in the plane of the moon. Now, can we set you as target? Oh, I think that was also different in Earth-centered inertial. I guess it's time to play with reference frames. Moon Earth orbit, moon centered, moon fixed. Okay, so at this point with... Oh yeah, also this is the time where we input our actual delta V number here. Which is too much for like a normal insertion or like a minimum energy transfer. But by planning with our whole delta V, we avoid having to juggle cutting off the engine at the right time or anything like that. And now we can play with things like, whoop. Yeah, that's not a trajectory we can necessarily afford, which is probably, yup. So we probably can't quite, we don't actually have the delta V to full on impact the moon from here, and we have to wait for a better launch window in a later launch. We could probably make it with the mid-course correction, because basically, oh god, so many orbital mechanics to explain, but if you, right now we're in low Earth orbit with like 7.8 kilometers per second velocity, and or with the timing we might still be able to oh no, but we, yeah, no, that's whoop, boop, boop. Yeah, and I think we also we launched pretty much in the worst possible time for that. I mean, I could try a really long shot. Hang on. This would be hilarious if it actually works. No, not you. I want more planning length out of you. What frame are we in? Moon-centered inertial. What would this be? Moon-centered, moon-fixed. I think moon-centered inertial. Oh, okay. Tolerance steps. Days. I'm getting confused with reference frames, to be quite honest. Also, what? Oh yeah, no, we're hopelessly on an ejection trajectory at this point. Can we? That's why I got confused as well. Maybe we need to try so right now I'm just trying to set something up basically that will get in nearby the moon. Ooh, that looks promising. I would still really like oh, I guess this is maneuver frame and no, hang on. Yes, okay. No, that's why I got so confused. Okay. Now I get it. Now I get it. So here you can see more the points of view of our trajectory, like from the moon. And here you can start to see that there's a point that's getting, well, I mean, it's not really close yet, but this is what we're trying to bring closer to the moon. Okay, now we might need to go a bit further there. Okay, hang on. Let me go back to an Earth-centered view. Okay, so we are still shooting over here, but right now we are here and we need to launch later. So we're trying to, or I guess either the. So we launch, we start there. Oh jeez, so much overload. We fly over there, back here around the Earth, and then out here again. Either this outgoing one or this one that comes back in needs to intersect the orbital plane. And specifically because we're launching basically way too early, we'll... oh, hang on, we're not in Earth mode anymore. Initial... That's a very interesting orbit path there. It's basically exactly avoiding the moon. So this would intersect here, but also like one orbit later would crash into the Earth. I don't think we can really make this work. Or at least not without a ton of time of fiddling. Also, a cat is staring at me. So what we'll do, we'll just launch this relatively close past the moon, which wrong way. Oh, okay. 0, 1. This way. The moon. And this. How much delta we do have again? 3.6. 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's actually not super far. Like, we're not that far off. We have 3644, so we can add another 11 meters per second. So only like 4 times the distance that the flyby contract wants us to do. 3644, so that's our delta V. And then this other mess is the resulting orbital path, although here back in an Earth based reference frame. So there you can see we go over there, this side. There we encounter the moon and get flung up into this new orbit that will then also change over time because, yeah, in-body gravity, and it's a complicated system. So let's do this maneuver. It's in an hour something. Do we have it in Kerbal alarm clock? Where is Kerbal alarm clock? There we go. Is there a button to add it to Kerbal alarm clock? Oh, we made one mistake, but that shall not bother us too much. Oh, let's use the warp to maneuver button. It's next best thing after call alarm clock. Then we need to actually orient ourselves. And then we'll leave for, well, not quite the moon, but we're leaving for close to past the moon. We'll do a moon slingshot. I mean, that's still an interesting trajectory, even if not what we wanted to do. But I'm gonna call that one close enough for the last launch of the stream. And next time we'll just wait for the proper launch window as we've... Oh yeah, the cat wants to leave now. Okay, be back in a minute. Two Apollo-based delays, and we don't even have our lunar space program or crewed lunar space program going. The cat's name is Apollo. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. It's maneuver time. Okay. Well, decouple. Ignite, and this is gonna be a mess. One thing we will also at least see is how wrong our trajectory now will be compared to our plan. Which might be quite a bit, but that's also partially on us for messing up. Hang on, I completely messed up something else. I didn't even... It's not on the nav ball. Why is it not on the nav ball? It should be on the nav ball. Shouldn't that? Or maybe it was like 90 degrees off, so I didn't notice it, and then I just went for prograde because I am tired. Guess officially too tired to fly spacecraft. Okay, if it's not here, then it should be over there. Am I? Oh, show to nav ball was off. Oh, well, there's a lesson learned for our next proper flight. For the time being, we can start a telemetry analysis, and then we will enter deep space, and then we can beam some science back at least. And we got a speed record also. Just stop rotating, please. Oh, and thrust was still on. That's why the RCS was burning. Okay. Because one thing is clear, we are leaving Earth with this one, and we are also leaving low space. Show me antenna. Do you tell me how good of a connection you have at this point? Not really. But that's fine. You should be fine for some time. Earth space low. How high is space high? Still not. Still not. We're 20,000 kilometers up and it's still space low. There we are, space high. I mean, for science is not the world. And we probably won't have communications anymore by the time we leave the Earth's sphere of influence. But maybe we'll also get a milestone for like, well, for all the altitudes and then maybe also for escaping Earth. No, I don't think we had any other science here. We could just outfit, like, at least once we get a bit better comms, just outfit a probe with all the experiments and send it into a sun orbit. Like, it doesn't even have to go to another planet necessarily. Although if we're doing it, we might as well send it to a planet. Now, I mean, we have the science. I mean, we can babysit it until it leaves. We can... Oh yeah, it's 2 days. Although I think we were wise enough to build another one already. Okay, so we're not wasting time by just time warping forward. Okay, one thing we will do is... So we're now 240,000 kilometers away and we're out of communications, sadly. I was just gonna try and reorient the solar panels for more power. So yeah, we legitimately have struggled communicating, and this is like a bit over halfway to the moon. And like the difficulty should probably scale with like the square of the distance or something. So the fact that we can't even communicate to out here means communication to the moon is far beyond the capability of the spacecraft, at least. Hence our decision to excuse me, hence our decision also to go with the impactor instead of the flyby. Now, in a moment here, we will have our first Kerbal-made object leave the Earth's gravitational well and be in interplanetary space. Oh yeah, sun space high. We've actually gathered some science, or are still gathering. Not that there's any chance we'll be able to get that back. But yeah, we are now officially... Let me change the frame of reference. In an orbit around the sun with our spacecraft here. This line is the trajectory of our spacecraft. Here's the Earth. There's Venus, there's Mercury, and we're here actually like reaching out even beyond the orbit of Mars and kind of pretty close to Mars. That's what we've been saying with like, if you want to launch to other planets than the plane of the moon, which we tried to launch into and we're pretty close to. Actually, I'm now curious. Oh no, I can't select Mars as a frame of reference. Probably gets unlocked with more higher tracking station level or something, because we are we have been pretty close to a launch window to Mars. Oops. There's some rules of thumb, but it's like almost like you can imagine an angle here with line of the Earth, the Sun, and then Mars or your target planet. And that's like very roughly like about the angle you'd want if you wanted to launch from Earth to Mars. I think it's with Mars ahead. Yeah, I think it's Mars has to be ahead by that much. But yeah, we don't match close enough that we could get a flyby or anything. Like, visiting another planet is extremely difficult and requires extreme precision. And you don't just accidentally do that. That's just very unlikely. Okay, but that's it for this launch, I guess. The probe is dead. Although it gave us some science and some insights into what not to do and to actually go and wait for that proper launch window, because we do not have that much extra delta V to compensate for it, even though it's theoretically possible. So yeah, that's something we'll look more into next time. A more properly timed lunar impactor launch. And maybe then also orbital crew launch. I mean, it at this point sounds pretty close, like we just need to slap that capsule on our new shiny booster. So yeah, but that's it for today. Thanks for tuning in as always, and hope to see you around. Bye!